right, final thoughts today and for the week brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, LT.
Yeah, make that phone call today, 823-2212. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Stay away from the dangerous ladder forever. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. My good friend Chris Stewart. Call him now, 205-823-2212. It's a pad aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Again, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
The Athletic said it best yesterday. You're about to hear Jimbo Fisher trying to make the Nick Saban discussion about his recruiting class not a big deal after he was the one that made it a big deal. Here's Jimbo Fisher yesterday, if you forget what he said.
Listen, I'm going to say this. I have tremendous respect for Nick. There's no pride, no problem with Nick. You got two competitive guys, and unfortunately, like you say, you get out in public and different things. We stood up, and it's over with. I have no problem with that. But we get two competitive guys who have disagreement or opinions or whatever, and we both voiced them publicly for the first time. Both of us have ever done that. And, we both can grow from that. And hopefully we will. But, there's competitiveness, and I have great respect for Nick and his program and everything he's ever done.
Yeah, that was Jimbo Fisher.
We'd been very, very good friends for a long time.
Yeah, that's Jimbo Fisher yesterday over at SEC Media Days. As they reported at The Athletic, Seth Emerson writes, I was there in late May at SEC meetings when Fisher sought to tamp down the controversy without quite backing down. But back then, Fisher just smiled and said he considered it over, while on Thursday he acknowledged that maybe he and Saban had learned something from the whole thing. Everyone perceived that as a back down, unlike what Fisher had done any other time before.
I guess, yeah, it could be a back down. I don't know why he grouped Saban into it. Why does Saban have to learn from it?
Yeah, because basically he painted it as two guys got fired up and said things they regretted. I don't. You were there sitting next to him. Nick Saban wasn't that fired up, right? And I really didn't feel like he. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you feel as though he was taking a shot at Jimbo or A&M or saying, "Hey, this is the way they're doing it"? Did it feel like a shot?
Well, the only thing he backed off of was the fact that he called
he said,
out.
I regret using the name, yeah,
by name, but it was more about really what is it going to be in the future, and if it's going to be the way Texas A&M did it because they bought. The bought thing still makes people's ears perk up,
even though it's
legal right now, and so I think that's where it all got sideways. To see the way he approached it yesterday is a big difference in that day after news conference. He tried to make it out like brothers fight. And sometimes brothers fight harder than you fight with your enemies. But in the end of the day, you're still in the same family and you love each other.
Yeah, that's the way he described it. And it's clear that Jimbo did what he did and then has had a couple months to think back on it and has decided, I'm going to take another route.
I think it helps when you know the team that Nick and Alabama is supposed to have, and you hear Will Anderson simply say, we're not going to talk about it. We're going to let our performance on the field on October 8th speak for us.
That game is circled for everyone.
I think Will Anderson showed you that this week, right?
All right. Big thank you from all of us here at Double Down Media to Precision Sports, Tommy James Law, Culver's, Wayne's, and Dr. Pepper, who jumped in and helped us go to SEC Media Days, and to all of our wonderful sponsors who are with us every day. Most of you from day one when we launched this thing almost a year ago now. There were people at SEC Media Days a year ago who were like, we're watching you guys to see if you make it. I hope we see you in Atlanta in 2022 at SEC Media Days. The conversation changed when we were in Atlanta. They were like, man, we're really starting to look at doing what you guys are doing. We had those conversations everywhere.
We knew it worked for you guys. Yeah, you didn't last year.
Yeah, so it's we'll see what it's like in 2023 at SEC Media Days in Nashville, what people are saying about us. But we don't do any of that without all of you and all the great sponsors. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're back with you Monday at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round. presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey now, welcome in. It's the next round, presented by Bud Light. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown here in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Dunaway out, a little bit under the weather.
We normally wouldn't say what somebody was sick with.
I don't have to in this case.
But Dunaway likes to send this out social media-wise.
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
He's a fighter.
I don't have my phone with me.
I've got it. Let me see if I can pull this.
Oh, no, it's in my pocket. Here it is. I couldn't remember what I did with my phone.
I mean, I guess Forrester can just show everybody what he posted, right?
Yeah, because Dunaway let the world know over the weekend he's got COVID. And
is that still trending?
It is. Well, people are still getting it. It's hit my family, extended family.
I will give Brown the credit, though. So he sends this at Saturday night, 7:47. My streak ends at 864 days.
Well,
who's counting?
Well, no, which to begin with, I don't even know where we start the count. How do we know where to start? Where did that count
Rudy
start?
Gobert, maybe.
Yeah,
864, I don't know where we started there. But Dunaway has reached 864 days.
March of 2020, I would assume.
Right.
He said, sorry, everyone, and he sends...
a pregnancy test.
Yeah, basically. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it's the COVID test. It looks like a pregnancy test.
And he says, sorry, everyone, of course. And then Brown follows it up with, congratulations. Do you know who the father is? So good.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't
I'm struggling.
I can't help myself. He's fine. I've texted him. I've texted with him. He's fine. He's got a sore throat. It's a little bit of a sore throat. He is still working in the Oval Office, though, for the American. Wait a minute. That's the wrong person with COVID. Oh, Dunaway did get it at the same time as the president. You think that's Jimmy America, right? President's got COVID. I'm going to have COVID.
I mean, would you say 90% of the people you know have had it?
Just about everybody. Dunaway probably is the longest run of anybody I know that hasn't had it.
Yeah, 2 people really close to me have not had it. I don't want to jinx them.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, Lance. I think pretty much everybody I know's had it. I mean, I think everybody up here, it's ripped through Double Dale Media here before, right? You had it, Rocky, didn't you?
I had it over Christmas this year.
That's when I had it. I believe that one was on me, and I want to apologize in advance, or apologize actually not in advance at all. I think I infected you and Lance.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's on me.
No, it's fine.
Well, I came to work without knowing I had it because if you guys remember, what happened to me was right before the Christmas break, I, for some reason, got the booster. And I thought it was the booster that had made me sick, but I actually had COVID.
Because we had a Black Jacket show in Vermont. I was supposed to go to Vermont for a New Year's Eve show, and I got the booster that Sunday. And I remember Monday I felt awful, and I was like, And then the show got canceled because they had a COVID outbreak in their city. So it was like I wouldn't be able to fly. I felt awful for 2 days.
No, I brought it up here, and there's the text Dunaway sent us. I guess that's from social media, though, right? He posted that somewhere on the grid.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
So that's the text he sent us. 864 days.
What a
he's
streak.
gone.
Not quite Cal Ripken.
I mean, he's the Lou Gehrig of
Did you guys
COVID.
send him anything?
I sent him my best wishes.
Yeah. I did check on him.
prayed for him.
Lunsford has just informed us he has not had COVID yet.
Lunsford hasn't? All right.
Now, when Dunaway sat right there in that chair a couple of weeks ago, he said, I haven't had it. For whatever reason, it came up, and I said, you just landmine yourself.
Yep.
You're going to get COVID now.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everyone, it's one of those things. You've either had it or you're going to get it, one of the two, right?
I would think.
mean, it's kind of like the flu or the cold. Everybody's eventually going to grab something.
I don't know. I mean, I think there are some people that are immune to it.
Maybe so. Like anything else. But yeah, that's what I did is I got the booster on top of already having it and didn't know. And buddy, that was a double down sick right there. And then I brought it up here and infected you and Rockstar. So
yeah,
I do apologize for that.
All good.
I would have not done it knowingly.
I think I've had it twice.
I think I have too.
Yeah.
I know I've had it once. I think I've had it twice.
Yeah, I've got a confirmation on one back during Christmas, and then I think a couple of weeks ago from that Def Leppard Motley Crue concert, I think I got it.
Yeah. So there you go. Dunaway, hopefully back with us tomorrow, though. He's trending to be back tomorrow. I think his quarantine period ends tomorrow.
Yeah, he's going to try.
Yeah, so as long as voice is good and everything's all right, he's back with us tomorrow. We got a lot to get to on the show today. The great Phil Steele is coming up. I love when we talk to Phil Steele because that means a couple things. Number one means his magazine is at the stands. So that means we're close to football season. Number two, it means we're close to football season. You've already got it.
Yeah, man.
Have you read through the whole thing yet?
I have not. Now, one thing I have noticed, and I guess this comes with age, although I have 20/15 vision.
Thanks to Michelson.
Anybody, the older you get, most people by the age of 42 get something called presbyopia.
Right.
It's a Latin word for aging eye.
Mm-hmm. I love it when you speak Latin, Lance.
I know. It's one of my talents. But almost everyone, it doesn't matter how good your nearsightedness is, almost everyone's going to have to get readers at some point.
That's right.
Phil Steele is going to get me on readers faster than anybody. I've still got normal font on my my phone, but his font, because he packs so much information into this one publication,
right?
The font is so small.
It really is.
I mean,
so if you want to know how well somebody does on night games after playing a day game on natural grass, you're going to have readers to find that out, because that's the kind of info Phil Steele tells you.
How about this? Fresno State meets, and I'll just give you an example, Cal Poly on September 1, Thursday night.
I can't wait.
Boy, this is tough. These former Division II rivals meet for the 46th time. Last year, Fresno won easily 63-10. They were plus 397 in total yards.
I like Fresno in this one, Lance.
Mustangs are 2-12 under head coach Bo Baldwin, and last made the FCS playoffs in 2016.
Yeah, there you go. You don't need readers. What you talking about, man? You got through that just fine.
But how about that knowledge?
I mean, Phil gives you that kind of stuff. Something on everything. So Phil Steele will be with us. The Big Ten Media Days kick tomorrow. Bobby Carpenter, Val Kick, former Ohio State great. We'll talk some Big Ten football. We've got a team to preview today. Your best and worst of the weekend presented by Hemp Hill at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. We'll get to all of that coming up in the show today, which is presented in part by Nichols Outfitters, who is opening that brand new fishing department. And if you haven't seen it, you're going to want to. All the brands, Duckett Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing, and many more. It's all you've been asking for, the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Lance Taylor went to Jacksonville. The L.A. Rams, Buffalo, and the Las Vegas Raiders all have in common. There's one thing they have in common other than being NFL franchises.
I saw this morning. They have started their training camps.
Yes, sir.
Which means we're getting closer and closer.
Yes, sir. This is your final week, as I pointed out on the social medias yesterday. Your final week started yesterday where we don't have actual football on TV. Because the NFL Hall of Fame game is a week from Thursday, Vegas and Jacksonville. And after that, buddy, you got preseason football, and then college football week 0.
Well, I might as well bring this up now that you talk about preseason football, because one of the things I can't stand as a Rams fan is not being able to watch preseason games. Now, back when I had the DirecTV Outlaw card, we talked about that, right?
Yeah, we've mentioned that on the show before.
Yeah, you get your card clicked, and then you could basically pick up every channel in the universe, at least that DirecTV had. But they had all the affiliates in all markets. So Minneapolis, you had their Fox, CBS, ABC, and NBC. And so those are typically what preseason games are on.
That's
like
right.
NBC LA.
Yeah. You
so
get the local market.
I got really spoiled being able to watch all these Rams preseason games. So that went away. But now the NFL has launched NFL Plus.
That's right.
It's a new streaming service, but it will allow fans to view out-of-market preseason games on all devices. So this is going to be something I'm going to have to purchase.
Yeah, I signed up one year. I can remember the exact year. In fact, it was the year Jay Cutler was the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. So the Dolphins that year played a preseason game in Miami, and then they were going to play Atlanta and Tennessee in the preseason. So I was going to get the Atlanta game on my 68, the Tennessee game I think on 3340. And then they were playing their fourth preseason game, which I knew Cutler wouldn't play in, was going to be an NFL Network game. So I knew I was going to get to see the other three, but the first one in Miami I wasn't going to get to see. So I signed up for something similar to that at NFL.com that allowed me to stream that game because I just wanted to see Jay Cutler's first game. It's sad that I was that excited about Jay Cutler being my quarterback, but I was that excited about Jay Cutler being my quarterback. So now I can do this and get all of them, huh?
Yeah, you can get them all. And
what's that going to run me?
$4.99 a month, or you can pay $39.99 a year.
So what do I get outside of the preseason? Do you know?
Yes.
Highlight packages and stuff like that?
part of it is the 15 games on Thursday night that's going to be carried on Amazon Prime Video.
So I get those.
You get those.
Interesting. I've already got Amazon Prime, though, so
Yeah, I do
that's a
too.
double dip for me. Rockstar Amazon Prime. That's how I'll watch Mad Men.
Here we go.
We made 9 minutes.
9 minutes. It's a
Not
record.
only the out-of-market preseason games on all devices, local and national regular season and postseason games on mobile devices, team and national radio feeds, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
NFL Network shows on demand along with NFL Films archives.
Sounds like a lot of stuff I'd never use, honestly.
Probably.
But it's the preseason games that interest me.
You know, I've still never seen the Peyton's Place.
I like that they did on ESPN.
Yeah,
that stuff's good. Yeah,
that was streaming though, right?
I think it was ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
I think they showed some of them on ESPN to kind of whet your appetite and bait you in, and they sent you to ESPN Plus for the rest of them. Or maybe I'm thinking about something totally different. But those are pretty good. I think it might be worth it to get those. I mean, I think you'd enjoy them. Peyton Manning's a very entertaining guy, and those are really good.
But
good.
you know, as Nick says over in the chat room, Tommy Firestick doesn't have the hookup on that.
Does he not?
I don't know. I just need to check. Again,
Yeah.
I mean, I can watch Taiwanese television tonight if I want to.
Well, here's the thing about preseason games. Like, the NFL Network shows them all. So in the event you miss yours live, if you'll just search your DVR,
Oh, yeah.
the NFL Network replays every one of them.
Yeah, but I like watching it live.
I do too, but I have found that a lot of times in the preseason, school is starting back, things like that. I've had to miss a couple. Once they get on Sundays, it's so much easier to clear your schedule. In the week, those preseason games sometimes are tricky for me. So I've had to do that. So I'm going to go check into that and see what my schedule looks like. I'm going to go check. I want to see Tua and Tyreek Hill as quick as I can.
Yeah, I don't even know when. I guess the first preseason games will be a week. So you get August
Thursday
3rd.
night and then Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that next Thursday night. So this coming Thursday night, or wait a minute, a week from this Thursday is the Hall of Fame game. 2 weeks from this Thursday is your actual preseason schedule starts. So that's what you really need to. Circle there.
Yeah.
Anyway, those teams are in camps today. Nebraska starts practice Wednesday, Lance. We got a college football team on the field Wednesday. Nebraska, I believe, is the first one out in roughly 48 hours. Scott Frost will go to Big Ten Media Days. He bats leadoff. Nebraska does. At Big Ten Media Days tomorrow, flies back to Lincoln, and then they hit the practice field.
Well, in our 40 and 40 brought to you by Baumhauer's Victory Grill, we had them at 36th. A lot of our viewers and listeners thought that was insane based on what Scott Frost hasn't achieved in Lincoln. Again, this is a guy that I don't know if he's on a hot seat or not based on the buyout, but he's never had a winning season. He in all of his years of coaching, if you go back to UCF, 2 years there, he had a losing record his first year, 6-7. Then he pulls the 13-0.
That's right. Cashes in against the Nebraska Jets.
Cashes in 4-8, 5-7, 3-5, 3-9.
Yeah.
But boy, the 3-9 was so close. 8.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it
one
was every
possession
week.
losses.
I got sucked in so many times watching the end of Nebraska games last year.
And you knew how it was going to end, though.
Because and that's why
Yeah.
I would do it. Is I'm like, it's going to be spectacular either way. Nebraska's going to win and celebrate like they just won the national championship, or they are absolutely going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And that's what happened more often than not, is they would find a way to lose the game.
I mean, 15-29 overall at Nebraska, 10-25 in conference. I do think this is the year they turn the corner a little bit.
Yeah. Nebraska Northwestern. The reason they're hitting the practice field tomorrow is they play Northwestern in week 0. It is an 11:30 Fox kick. I wonder if I'll text Klatt and see if he's doing that game. It's in Dublin, That's why I'd have to ask.
I mean, if they gave him the opportunity, why would you not?
Would you not?
Yeah.
I would go over a week early, play a little golf, which is what I bet Klatt will do, and then do the game there in Dublin. So Nebraska Northwestern, part of that week 0 schedule. There is a random game. And the only reason I say random is because it still has a TBD kick time and no TV mentioned. So I'm suspicious as to whether or not this game actually still exists or if I'll be able to watch it or whatever. But it is listed on ESPN's website as Friday, August 26th, Nevada at New Mexico State. That would technically be your first college football game of the year. And you would watch it, right, on a Friday night, Nevada at New Mexico State?
Absolutely. We'll have a lock on that.
Well, this says right here, Nevada's a 12.5-point favorite. You want to go ahead and put the lock on it?
Not ready to yet.
Over under a 55.5.
New Mexico State traditionally really bad against the number.
Okay. TBD on the time for that, and there is no TV network mentioned. That's why I'm suspicious. I mean, by now, what is today? We're a month away from that game. I would have thought they would have announced a TV partner for that one, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
a month
you would
away?
think.
I mean, a month in advance?
I would think, I'm guessing CBS Sports Network.
That's what I would guess, but it's not on here. So I'll see if I can chase that down. But Nevada, New Mexico State's your first college football game, Friday, August 26th. We are technically about a month away from that. Then that Saturday, I mentioned Nebraska Northwestern play. Vandy is at Hawaii, late night CBS Sports Network that Saturday night. 9:30 kick. You'll stay up for that, right?
I will.
Vandy at Hawaii. Your first game out of the chute, though, is actually Austin Peay, Western Kentucky, CBS Sports Network at 11:30, Nebraska, Northwestern. Later on in the day, you got some other games. An interesting game, Wyoming at Illinois, 3 o'clock Big Ten Network. I'll watch a little bit of that one. Duquesne, Florida State. I mean, it'll be a blowout, but I'm kind of interested to see what Florida State looks like. That's an ACC Network game. FAMU, North Carolina. Rockstar rocks the FAMU shirt every now and then.
Yeah, I outgrew it.
You outgrew the FAMU shirt?
Yeah, I outgrew it.
Wow.
Are you packing on some LBs?
Yeah,
I was about to say, how do you outgrow a shirt when you're in your 40s?
This was I had this shirt probably in, 2010?
Yeah.
It was a thrift store find.
I remember you wearing the
it's
FAMU shirt. It was
interesting.
a kind of a throwback logo.
And people look at you going, did you go to
Did you go to
FAMU?
FAMU?
I did not.
Want to ask a very uncomfortable question?
I did not. I
Yes.
just got the shirt at the thrift store for $1.
Right.
So, no, but it was a little too tight. And,
Well, why didn't you tell people you were in the band?
I was recruited.
Would have been very believable.
No, but you've gotten married since and had a kid, so
So,
it's
yeah,
understand
it's
that.
okay to pack it on,
There's
right?
been
So
a
don't
lot-
apologize.
I'm not able to run anymore. I used to run 4 days a week, and I'm lucky to do it once every 3 weeks.
Yeah?
Just because you don't have time.
No, I don't have any time. I have no free time. If I'm playing a gig or something like that, have not watched an episode of Better Call Saul.
I haven't either.
I haven't watched anything. So no Mad Men for me.
I did get a text Saturday night from our buddy Kyle at Hydra Live, and he said Rockstar is killing it at this party.
Oh, yeah, you played a private birthday
Yeah,
party.
really,
Let's say this up front. When we say Rockstar played a private party, it's not the standing offer that Rockstar has had.
No, this is
that
not Eyes Wide Shut.
$1,000? Is that $1,000 back turned?
Yes. I'll do it tonight if you need me.
$1,000. $1,000 back turned in the bedroom for an hour?
Yeah.
Back turn.
However long it takes you to do your process.
Yeah, back turned to the bedroom, $1,000. Rockstar has that
Spoken
standing
like
offer.
a true professional.
Standing
We're
offer
done
for
when
Rockstar.
you're done.
So when I say Rockstar played a private party, that was not it. You played a private birthday party.
Yes.
Okay.
And Kyle didn't come and talk to me. I didn't know that he was there.
Yeah.
Oh, what a big crowd then! If
Yeah.
you didn't even know who was
Well,
there.
yeah. How big was it? It was a 40th birthday party, right?
Yeah, it was.
Were you shoved outside and nobody came out to listen?
No, it was originally going to be outside, and I told her, I was like, look, I have this small speaker, and I am not a loud performer, so you don't have to worry about noise. And they had a golden doodle named Franklin, who was the most chill dog I've ever seen. It was awesome. I was like, this is the kind of dog I want. Like, usually dogs go haywire when people are at the house and
Yeah.
smelling. This dog was just, I don't care, just walking around. But no, I did not see Kyle there. Did not say
Yeah, he
hello
was
to
there.
him.
Yeah. Said you did a great job.
Thank you.
So Rockstar wants a golden doodle
Yeah.
in addition to a child.
No.
Might be a
No.
bad time to get a dog.
No.
I'd let the child grow
If
a little
I
bit.
want a dog, I can't do a puppy. Can't do it.
How was Brock's Gap? Big crowd for you there?
It was good. There's
Yeah.
some people that are now going to be listening to the next round.
That's right. Growing every day, baby.
So it's good.
That's good. You recruited.
That's
Yeah.
right. I grew us by one
Recruited
Sunday.
recruited Saturday night too.
Yeah. Good for Rockstar. All right. Well, I'm glad you had a good weekend.
Thanks, man.
Best and worst of the weekend coming up. We'll take those calls, 205-734-0923. You can hit us up in the chat room, as many of you have already done, with your best and worst, or on social media. At Next Round Live, at Ryan Brown Live, at The Lance Taylor, at Jim Dunaway is where you always find us on Twitter. That's a great way to communicate with us on the show. Hey, a reminder right now, Wayne's has still got that smart pest service. They want you to save at Wayne's, and the way they help you save is with Smart Pest. Here's how this works. You don't want a rodent problem in your attic and your crawl space? Well, at Wayne's, they proactively eliminate it. They set up 24/7 rodent monitoring. The minute it spots a rodent, it proactively communicates back to the home office at Wayne's. They send somebody out to exterminate the issue, and you never have to lift the finger. All you got to do is call 866-WAYNES-1 right now. That is 866-WAYNES. And the number 1, use the code TNR for the next round. When you do that, you're going to save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. 866-WAYNES-1, the code TNR for the next round. Save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call Wayne's. All right. When we come back, we're going to start your best and worst of the weekend presented by Hemp Hill Services. We've got teams out on the practice field. We've got a ton of college football to get to, including discussions that a historic college football rivalry could be changing and it's a significant change. We'll discuss that when we return. And your best and worst of the weekend here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year. WAC MSRP $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We continue on The Next Round. Phil Steele coming up. about half an hour or so. If you are watching us live on YouTube, we always encourage you to subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you've downloaded the app if you haven't as well. It's always on the app and on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. Our best and worst of the weekend kicking off right now, presented by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services, these are the guys you need to call if something goes wrong. We've told you for months and months here on the Next Round, I guess since we started, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill. They're the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
We can just make this one universal on your best and worst. Obviously, you can still give us a different worst, but we're getting a lot of this in the chat room and on Twitter. A lot of people's worst is the news that came out about John Mechie this weekend. That is stunning news. Anytime someone gets a cancer diagnosis, leukemia diagnosis, and in this case, it is the most treatable form.
That's the good news.
Yeah,
but
it's got showing you the John Mechie statement, Lance, and the Nick Saban statement will follow. So, yeah, that is the good news. It's the most treatable form. But when somebody's at the top of their athletic career in peak physical shape, it's even more stunning when something like this comes from them. And I know the two aren't related, Lance, but you just don't. It's just stunning.
And we've got a relationship with John.
Yeah.
He was
on the show many times.
Part of the NIL deal last year with Craneworks. And, we probably had 15 conversations with him. Great kid. And his dream finally comes true. He gets drafted by the Houston Texans, and it looks like he will not play this year. He said it. Look, that's not the most important thing. Obviously, that's secondary to my health. I've got to get well. And so, prayers to John Mechie, man. I think it's everybody's worst of the weekend.
Yeah, it would have to be. As Nick Saban says in the statement that Scott has up on the screen right now, you look for silver linings and stuff like this. One of the silver linings is John Mechie is in Houston, which has one of the leading cancer treatment. Like I've got a friend of mine whose wife, unfortunately, is battling a very severe form of cancer, and he's almost taken up residence in Houston.
Wow.
She's had to go there so much. So it is that is as good a place, as good a city as you could be in for cancer treatment. So if you want to look for a silver lining, and the good Lord looking out for John Mechie, that is a silver lining, as Nick Saban pointed out. But boy, just awful news over the weekend. And from his career standpoint, as you said, he will miss his rookie season, which is very disappointing because I don't think this Houston team is going to be a very good football team. But there was a path to some pretty good playing time for John Mechie, I think.
Yeah, I mean, John Mechie was, when you look at, Brandon Cooks is a guy that they probably overpaid for, former Ram, by the way, former Saint. Chris Conley, Nico Collins, I mean, those are your three
receivers,
three projected starters. So I think
going to the days of DeAndre Hopkins out on that field for the Texans.
I mean, to me, Mechie, never seemed to be a number one in Tuscaloosa to begin with. Obviously that was Jamison Williams. But Mechie, to me, could be a really good 2 or 3 in the NFL. And so I think he would have busted into that rotation, and maybe by the end of training camp would have been your number 2 or number 3.
Yeah, it is it's just terrible news for John Mechie. And you can only hope the best for Mech and that he can get back on the field at some point. I mean, both those receivers that came out of Alabama's class last year, they're really good receivers. It appears week 6 or 7 for Jamison Williams to finally get on the field. It appears that's when he's going to get on the field. I think Cowboys and Dolphins are their 6 and 7 week opponents, so there's one of those two teams likely he will finally get on the field. But both those guys sidelined now, Mechie probably for the year, and Jamison Williams for about half the season.
So real quick math, June, July, we're only really 2.5 months away, 10 weeks away from this past NFL draft.
Yeah.
And we know the NFL, they do their due diligence when you're actually drafting these guys and all of the medical evaluations that go into this. How was this not caught?
I don't know. Maybe this is what sounded some alarms that led to a diagnosis. I don't know. That's a great question.
Yeah, because, and I hate to say this, but would the Texans have drafted him if they would have known?
I don't know the answer to those. Boy, you would hope they would have, because this is treatable. It's the most treatable form, as he said. And you can make a comeback.
No, I get that. But, one of the reasons
I
people believe Jamison Williams might have dropped just a little bit was the fact that he wasn't going to be ready until October.
Yeah.
So if you knew that John Mechie had leukemia and he was going to miss the entire year,
Yeah.
It's a tricky situation.
Zach says he put his team on his back and kept Alabama in the API game. He's talking about the Auburn game. Obviously, Zach's a Bama fan. Great receiver. No, there's no doubt. That was Jamison Williams goes out of that game early on the targeting penalty, and Mechie did put Alabama absolutely on his back and ended up catching the game-winning score. It was in that goofy 2-point conversion shootout that you now have in college football overtime. But it was the game-winning score. It was John Mechie. Ran an incredible route on that play.
Man, you know, he
route.
did. And, you know, it's just, you look at this, and this is obviously much worse, at least the diagnosis. Again, it's very treatable, but much worse than the injury that he had in the Georgia, the SEC championship game. But, you know, just, I mean, what about the highs and lows for him? You know, you win that championship game against Georgia, puts you in the college football playoff, but at the same time, you're basically your collegiate career is over.
Yeah, and then you stand on the sideline and watch your mate go down hurt in that game.
Yeah, and you can't play, and, you know.
And a bunch of unproven wide receivers out there trying to win a national championship.
Then you get drafted, and so that's probably the highlight of his young career, and now this.
Yeah, just awful news for John Mechie. Again, the silver lining is the most treatable form of leukemia and the fact that he's in the city of Houston, which is about as good a place as you can go for cancer treatment. That is going to be a lot of people's best, the worst, and a lot of people's best and worst of the weekend, presented by Hemp Hill Services. Did you have one, a best and worst of this weekend?
My best was hanging out with some friends that I haven't seen in a while.
Oh, nice. High school or college or just random?
Well, I mean, you guys know them. C. Stu, Nurse Sally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do know them. You hadn't seen them in a while.
I have not. Nurse Sally's been out of town all of the time, and C. Stu, well, we know where C. Stu's been, right?
Yes.
He's been working really hard. So, yeah, I got to see them. We played pool golf. The worst of the weekend was did not break the course record. Still sitting on 30.
I mean, I sometimes, Lance, you just got to tip your hat to the guy that's got the course record and say, I'm never going to break it.
No.
I know you've got it,
yeah.
but I'm saying sometimes you got to tip your hat and say, I'm never going to break it. We're just always going to be tied.
I don't know, man. I had 5 hole-in-ones through 6 holes.
Yeah,
all I needed was 2 more.
Pressure got to you.
I got one more, but then I had a 3 on a hole.
Yeah.
I mean, you know golf.
I do.
One bad shot
kills you.
It can wreck the entire round.
Happened to me Saturday. Cruising along, even par through 7 holes on a local track. Hit a terrible tee shot on 8. Sent me down a spiral for about 4 or 5 holes, ruined my round.
Yeah.
It's just mental weakness is what that
15 is the easiest hole on the back 9, and I 3'd 15. I went a little too deep. You grabbed some concrete. It put me over in the rough. I had
playing out of the rocks at that point.
I had about a 20-footer to save it, and it rimmed out, and got a 3, and so ended up 31.
Marty's best, Rockstar. This is going to go back to Friday. He said, I started my weekend Friday. My best was Rockstar's cover of Cry to Me. I went back and listened to that over the weekend. That was so good, man.
I didn't do the full song, though. We missed the bridge because he really gets up there vocally.
It's quite all right. Nobody cares.
Solomon Burke is the original artist. You saw it on Dirty Dancing, Sally, which is a really good soundtrack.
Are you going to potentially add it to your
Yeah, I've been playing. I played it Friday at Brock's Gap. It's just a weird song to kind of, because Brock's Gap's got a lot of kids playing, so it's like, this is a depressing song. Here we go from the Motown time.
Yeah, Marty gives you an awesome job on that
Thank
one.
you, Marty.
He doesn't even give it a worse, so that was his best.
Hey, speaking of music, I wanted to bring this up. So Stranger Things. Apparently this Kate Bush song out of Stranger Things.
Running Up That Hill.
Yeah, I didn't know. So we're out at the pool, and it comes on the Today's Hits all the time. And I had no idea that was from like the 80s.
It's like 84.
And it's the #1 stream song now.
Like that week that episode premiered, it shot up like 1,000% on Spotify and streaming services, and then Master of Puppets, when that came on, it did the same thing.
Were you surprised, Rockstar? Do you watch Stranger Things?
Yeah.
Were you surprised that was Kirby Smart's wife's go-to? That Kirby told us that basically to spend time with his wife, he's got to sit around and drink wine and watch Stranger Things with her because that's her thing.
Well, remember, what was the show we used to watch? Bloodline. Remember, he was all about that too. So they're a Netflix family. So whatever's popular, they didn't mention Mad Men. Did he ask him?
He did not mention Mad Men. I'm sure Kirby's already watched the whole thing.
I watched that in 2008 when it came out.
What are you, loser? Why are you just now watching that?
But no, Stranger Things It's getting dark, man. It's getting. I don't know how. I guess you're growing into it. Like Harry Potter starts with your age group. So as he matures, the audience is supposed to mature with him and gets darker themes. But this Stranger Things, man, is insane.
Were you surprised by that though? That was Kirby's wife's go-to. That Kirby is
a little bit
one of the highest-paid college football coach, one of the most successful in the country.
I mean, it's popular
is watching
show.
Stranger Things once a week.
And I've watched it in its entirety. But I would have thought maybe an Ozark.
Yeah. Well, I always thought like Stranger Things was geared towards teenagers, but I guess I'm wrong about that.
No, I think it was initially.
It was, but then a lot of people were like, "Oh, I remember the '80s. I remember being in high school in the '80s. And I remember New Coke and all that stuff." So people want to watch it for the nostalgia, and then like, that's where I got a lot of older people.
Here's what makes no sense though. Like you can play almost any '80s song. I can tell you the year, the song, and the artist. I don't think I've ever heard "Running Up That Hill."
It was her. She's British, I think.
Rolling Stone listed it number 60 in their 500 greatest songs of all time. This is in 2021.
Yeah, I remember Chris Martin said from Coldplay said something. He's like, we tried to write. I don't know if it was Viva La Vida or something like that. What song it was, but he said like it's essentially us ripping off "Running Up That Hill" from Kate Bush.
Interesting.
I mean, did you know anything about?
No, I've never heard the song. I gotta go listen to it now. I like Viva La Vida.
I want to see what it 1985 single "Running Up That Hill." I mean, the UK singles chart, it peaked at number 3 in 1985.
Mark said Kate Bush sucked in the 80s, still sucks now, but she's at least getting paid finally. I mean, I bet she's making a bundle off this.
I don't know
already.
if she is, though. I wonder what the deal was back then and how she gets paid on residuals.
Did she write it? I mean, that's the big thing. The writer is the one, right?
It's one song, so I don't know if you can have one song now.
Jay Price says he doesn't remember hearing the song in the 80s. Superior Thruster says that song is awful.
I don't remember the song at all. And again, I was a big fan of 80s music. Still listen to it.
Bob Secamano says MTV played it and it wasn't good. I don't remember. I'll have to go listen to it. Perhaps I've heard it. I'll have to go listen to it.
I thought it was new. I thought Kate Bush was some,
You thought she was some up-and-coming aspiring actress. Didn't know she was from the 80s.
The new Ariana Grande.
Yeah, woo. She looks old for it.
She's 63. Yeah, she is, yeah.
Yeah, so Kirby likes him some Stranger Things. I was surprised by that. I would have thought I could have guessed a lot of things. I would not have guessed that Kirby sits around and drinks wine. I bet Kirby probably is more of the brown water beer type when sitting around watching something.
A Bush guy, maybe.
Yeah, I did not expect him sitting around drinking wine watching Stranger Things.
That's what happens
when you
win a national championship. You start making over $10 million a year.
Book by cover on me. Speaking of Kirby. I'm going to mention that rivalry that could be changing forever, and Kirby Smart is the one that continues to bang this drum. First, Lance, tell us about Mortgage Right, who has been a longtime fantastic sponsor of this program, both in our former days and now here on the next round.
Yeah, just great guys. Inflation is out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149%. There's no sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit them online. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR.
Rockstar Dave says the band Placebo has a good cover of this song.
I remember Placebo, too. That's a
I don't remember that band.
Yeah. He said it's a heavily covered song. There's probably 15 covers on Spotify, according to him. One of the things Kirby Smart said at SEC Media Days that apparently went a little bit under the radar, because I did not see it. Now, there was a lot of Kirby Smart contract talk that came out the day after he was there. But it has forced the people in Jacksonville that put on the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, that they don't call it that anymore, to basically publicly comment on this. There are 2 years left on the deal to play that game in Jacksonville. And Kirby is out beating the drum yet again on the fact that it hurts them in recruiting, that it is one good game that they can't have on campus and can't have recruits to. And what is left unsaid by Kirby, this is left unsaid by Kirby, but I think this is the unsaid thing for him, is the rest of the East schedule is frequently so bad, they don't get many good on-campus games. Auburn is a good on-campus game. You get that every other year. Or it's at least a good atmosphere. If it's not a great game, it's a good atmosphere. Arkansas came to town randomly good this year.
Yeah.
So it was a good atmosphere.
I mean, Tennessee every other year.
Occasionally Tennessee, but you don't get a ton of really good East games, and one of their biggest ones gets taken away. And Kirby says it's a little bit of a hamstring for them recruiting because they can't have official visits.
Well, look, it doesn't seem like it's hurt the recruiting at all. I mean, he's had a
would
top
say.
5 class every single year.
Which
And
tells you maybe there's something else Kirby doesn't want to say here, but he doesn't want this game in Jacksonville.
But I'm a little surprised. I've been to the game one time, and this is tradition in college football. It's one of the great rivalries. It's one of the few rivalries, along with Oklahoma, Texas, where you get that neutral site. That's in Dallas. This is obviously in Jacksonville. Kirby played at Georgia. He's played in this game. He's coached in the game. I'm just a little surprised that he would want to take away that tradition.
So, for those that don't know, the contract's up in 2 years. There's 2 more years left on this contract.
What do you think happens?
Well, here's what I was reading. Mike Griffith this morning. He's been on the show many times, and here's what he points out: is apparently we're to the point now, and I can't remember the name of that stadium now. It used to be the Gator Bowl, Alltel Stadium, Everbank Field, I think it was. I can't remember what it is now. The corporately named stadium in Jacksonville.
Yeah, the last time I went, the Deion Branch MVP game.
Yeah.
Patriots Eagles.
Yeah, you don't even know the name of the stadium then, do you?
It was Alltel
at
then.
the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently,
because I remember walking out in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And seeing Alltel.
So if you'll remember, when they got Jacksonville, when they got the Jags there, the stadium had to undergo, from the Gator Bowl to what it is now, some serious construction.
Yeah.
Just to host an NFL team.
And then from that, they had to do more renovations to host that Super Bowl.
Right. So, but on that first set of renovations, that's when they played a year in Gainesville and a year in Athens. That's when the cocktail party went on campus.
See, I don't even remember that.
They did. They played a year in Gainesville and a year in Athens. That was the agreement. So apparently this contract goes for 2 more years, and they're already saying this stadium needs upgrades, and they're going to do it in the next couple of years. So it appears Georgia is slow playing the contract a little bit, knowing they're going to get a home game in Athens. That the year it's their home game at the end of this contract. So basically they're saying, we'll have a home game in Athens. We'd like to play this game in Athens. You got to redo the stadium. We're not going to sign anything right now. That's what appears to be at play here. So you wonder if they get a taste of it in Athens, if they ever want to go back. Now they did before, but Kirby's beating the drum right now, not wanting this game apparently in Jacksonville.
You know, I know a lot of Georgia fans, as you probably do too, and I know a lot that go every year. It's one of their meetup spots.
Yeah.
Is Jacksonville for that game.
Oh, yeah. It's a fan destination.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Jacksonville, the city. Not a fan of that
spent very
stadium.
limited time there, yeah.
And I really don't care whether or not they play that game in Jacksonville.
I think I'd probably like it more on campus. TIAA Bank Stadium is the name of the stadium now. Everybody's telling us in the chat room. That's just one of those games that it's a big SEC game. It's a historic rivalry. I don't find myself enjoying that game as much as I think I would every year. I'll watch it. I'm not saying I'll watch it. It's always the 2:30 CBS.
So let me ask you this. Let's just say that LSU, Alabama, for whatever reason, their annual game was in New
the
Orleans.
Superdome. Yeah, let's go Superdome.
Was in New Orleans.
Fans love going down there, yada, yada, yada.
Do you think Alabama fans would rather have it on campus or in New Orleans?
It would be so much better on campus. The Iron Bowl used to be in Birmingham every year, and people fought and kicked and screamed. That thing shouldn't leave Birmingham. It's historic in Birmingham. It's so much better on campus. And I know as children we loved it being in Birmingham.
No, when it was 50-50, it was really cool.
Yeah, it was fun, but you can't tell me it's not better on campus. You've been to the 50-50 games.
Well, and I wonder
You've
if
been to the games at Jordan Hare, the games at Bryant Denny. So much better on campus.
Part of that could be that Legion Field is a shithole.
Well, it is. But even if Legion Field were brand spanking new, if it were the stadium in Vegas, you can't replicate on campus.
No,
stadiums.
you're right.
You just can't replicate that atmosphere.
So Oklahoma, Texas.
I mean, I don't know what they'll do. Arkansas, Texas A&M. I don't know what they'll do. I mean,
well, that one never made sense to me.
Well, it's Jerry Jones. Is what makes sense about it. Yeah.
Well, and I guess that actually is a game that could help recruiting to be able to play in that stadium.
Yeah. So, I mean, as we expand and you get a 10-game schedule, I think this is our 9-game schedule. Excuse me, maybe a 10-game schedule one day. I think that's what Kirby is looking at. So there will be years where I give this game up and I'm on the four home game, so I've got a neutral game and 5 road games in conference. I don't want that.
Yeah.
And either Florida or Georgia is going to do that every year. One of those two will do that every year. So I think that's part of what he's looking at. I think maybe he's banging the recruiting drum, but he's looking at several other things.
And I guess Billy Napier's keeping quiet because it's year one.
Yeah,
what can
he even say about it? He's never even coached in the game. I don't know how Dan Mullen felt about it or Urban Meyer or anybody before them. I just found it interesting reading it today because that deal is coming up in 2 years, and they're already talking about having to do some renovations there at TIAA Bank Stadium. And that game looks like it could be headed to Athens. I think regardless of if they do the new contract, it looks like it's going to go on campus for at least a year or two while they do these stadium renovations. I don't know what that means for the Jags. Like, if you can't have the cocktail party there, can you even play a Jags game there?
Play in London, right?
That's true. Maybe that's a sign of things to come.
It could be.
Interesting thing to watch, though, as it pertains to Southeastern Conference football. More of your best and worst coming up, and more college football as well, as NFL teams are in camps. College teams hitting the practice field starting Wednesday. We'll talk about it on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We continue on the next round in the chat room. And a lot of people say, how do I get in the chat room? Well, it's any of our video feeds, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. And we encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, set your alerts. That gets you in the chat room. Anything you type, we see on our big screen in our computers here in the studio. Goose says he saw a headline that says that this Kate Bush chick made $1 million this year from the rebirth of the song.
It's not surprising.
He said, I did not read the article, but I saw the headline. That's what we call a brown. You see the headline, you don't read the article. I listened to the song for the first time ever in the break, not a fan.
He gave it 40 seconds.
You do that all the time. No, but you're right.
There's some type of music where I'll check out. Like if it's house music, I'm not even gonna give it a chance.
I don't think the song's bad. I just don't remember it from the 80s, which is weird. And I can't believe I thought it was something that debuted in 2022.
But imagine just randomly Stranger Things uses your song and you make $1 million when your career is over.
But how often do you hear a song for the first time and you're like, that's I love that song.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens maybe once or twice a year.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. Let's see. As Brooks points out, Georgia only gets 3 home SEC games every other year by having the game in Jacksonville. We mentioned that. And then the years potentially you could have 5 road games, 3 home games when we go to 9 games and that neutral site game, unless the SEC figures out a way, which they could, to work around that, to keep it at 4 and 5. As Tommy points out, they tore down the Gator Bowl and built a whole new stadium. I guess that's true. I maybe so. I know I went to it when it was the old Gator Bowl.
I did too, yeah.
Yeah, so I've never been to the new one. I thought maybe they kept some of the structure and just made it nicer, but I could be wrong. Maybe
I thought
they just built a new stadium.
And again, I've been to both.
It's got like a pool or something out in the end zone. I've seen it in some of the Jags games where people just, swimsuits, bikinis, just sitting out there in the pool watching the Jags play. That was not in the old Gator Bowl, so they definitely added that.
Not really the way I want to watch a game, you?
No, I mean, I think you would get pruned up pretty quick if you sat there for a whole game. Mark says it's now different when Alabama and Auburn played in Birmingham. It's different now than when Alabama and Auburn played in Birmingham. I agree completely. And as JM Dog says, back then, Bryant Denny or Jordan Hare were not up to par with Legion Field. And that's true. I mean, Jordan Hare passed it quicker than Bryant Denny did, but for years, Bryant Denny was a 60,000 seat bowl. You wouldn't want to play Iron Bowl in that.
Do you remember going to Bryant Denny when it didn't have an upper deck?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, I was a little kid. And I think I mentioned this the other day, and I went back and looked. I went to Auburn once before they had the second upper deck. And I think I went to Alabama once before they had no upper deck at Bryant Denny. But I've been for every stage after that for both those stadiums there. Neutral site games, according to G. Wilson, have lost their luster. The schools are spending mega money to make their stadiums one of a kind. More on that about Alabama in just 1 second. That's what I'm getting to here. And they want to show them off and get a real home field advantage that day, in his opinion. I think he's right about that. You've spent so much on these on-campus stadiums. Like Texas is spending tons of money on that stadium in Austin. Oklahoma's spent a lot. It's just amazing you're willing to play games away from there after you've spent that much on them.
Yeah, and to think about, I forgot who it was. I was in Tuscaloosa not long ago, and somebody saw the stadium for the first time, and they were like, they only use that 8 times a year.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I mean, it really is when you think about it.
No, it's nuts, but they have spent so much on these stadiums.
I mean, that's the thing about, Mercedes in Atlanta is, you've got so many different events. You've got soccer that's played there.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, just about, high school football, college football, NFL. I mean, they fill that thing as much as they can. There's no doubt. Lance, tell us about Redmont. We'll tell you one thing Alabama is about to do in their stadium.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste. Color and smell, it is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Now available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
So Scott is going to roll some photos for those of you watching on video, and actually some video as well, from the University of Alabama today. They have announced a partnership with Fanatics, which is going to include an in-stadium merch store where you can buy, I'm assuming, jerseys with players' names on them. You can buy specific Alabama gear. You can buy NIL deal that the players have partnered with Fanatics. Like, I'm just going to use this as an example, like maybe a Bryce Young barbecue sauce or something like that he's got an NIL deal with, stuff that is officially licensed by Fanatics, and the players have the NIL deal with them. It's called the Authentic, and Alabama has exclusively partnered with Fanatics for this. I mean, imagine now we are in a day and age, and this is coming to every school, every big school anyway, where I can go to Bryant-Denny Stadium and buy stuff that I know the player is making money off of.
Well, and I don't know what the players' agreement is. The last professional stadium I was at was Wrigley when I went on the trip with Leighton. And, at their pro shop, they've got almost everybody on the roster's jersey available.
That's right.
I wonder how deep it will go when you've got 85 scholarship guys.
I would say pretty deep. I mean, 85 is a lot.
That's a lot.
That is a lot, but I'm sure maybe they've got him in the back where, hey, second team long snapper, I'm his cousin. Can I get the jersey? Oh, yeah, we got those in the back.
I mean, because you've got to give kind of equal opportunity. I know it's a supply and demand thing, and you don't want to have these things, actually produced.
I'm sure the Bryce Young jersey will be easy to find.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that hangs on the front of the rack, right, in all sizes.
I think Will Anderson will probably be.
If you want the backup long snapper, you may have to ask if they got that one in the storage room.
But look, I think, now that these guys can cash in on name, image, and likeness, it's a natural.
Yeah, it's going to be an online store. It is going to be in the stadium as well, and it is an extremely smart move by Alabama. We have seen with Kirby Smart talking about how much his players made, Nick Saban openly talking about it, how big a recruiting item this is for these schools. All right, the Michelson look ahead. Phil Steele coming up next, talk a little college football with us in the next segment. Bobby Carpenter a little bit later on. We'll also preview our latest top 25 team and our Baumhower's 40 and 40. That's the look ahead presented by Michelson.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, one simple phone call, 969-8100. Again, I tell the story all the time. 2 decades ago, I was wearing contacts. I went to see Dr. Mark Michelson. I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They'll hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
How good?
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We start another hour here on The Next Round, presented by Bud Light. We are live in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios here in Birmingham. You can reach us at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. But right now, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We always love talking with Phil Steele in the preseason. How is your team in a 4 o'clock kick on grass? Coming off a triple overtime game under the lights on turf, Phil Steele tells you that information in his annual football yearbook. Welcome in, Phil. How are you?
You know, I am doing great. How about you guys this morning?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. We always love talking with you, and I would imagine more now than ever this is the most difficult book you ever have to put out because of the transfer portal and how quickly things can change in college football right now. It's tough to get all the information even right and have the players on the right teams for you.
Yeah, it was. But the good news is we go to the press June 8th, and this year they moved the transfer portal to May 1st. It was the deadline for entering the portal, be able to play this year. So we were not only able to capture all the players hitting the portal, but almost all of them that have landed, like a Jordan Addison going from Pitt to USC. We were able to capture that in the magazine. But to tell you how it changes in the magazine process, I'll give you a prime example, and that would be USC. You know, I write the magazine in 3 parts. The first part is my postseason write-through, where I read every article that's written about the team that year, the previous year, and really get into a good ebb and flow of how each position went. And then I write what kind of shape are they heading into the year at this position, what happened, and what are we looking for next year. Well, at that point, I had USC middle of the road in the Pac-12 South. They were coming off a 4-8 season, had a brand-new head coach, and only 11 returning starters. The second write-through is pre-spring when we add in the freshmen and the transfer portal guys. And then the third right-through is after I talked to the head coach. And this year, I ironically talked to Coach Lincoln Riley the day they signed Jordan Addison from Pitt. So now all of a sudden they had Caleb Williams, his quarterback from Oklahoma, one of the top QBs in the country. Mario Williams, my number 2 rated receiver out of high school. Also coming over from Oklahoma. Travis Dye, 1,000-yard running back from Oregon. The Blitnikoff winner in Jordan Addison. Coach Riley told me he felt good about the offensive line, which made me feel better about it. And defensively brought in about 13 transfers, including Shane Lee, who was a 13-game starter at Alabama as a freshman. Now all of a sudden USC vaulted to my number 1 most improved team in the country and a legitimate contender in the Pac-12 South. So it shows you have to be nimble during the magazine season now because there's a lot of changes.
You've led into what was going to be my next question, Phil. Just from a overview, maybe not even this season, we had an historic amount of coaching movement last year. And by historic, I mean just the names of the programs that changed coaches. When you consider USC, Oklahoma, Florida, Notre Dame, LSU, some top-level schools changing coaches. When you look at it, who is the coach best positioned, do you think, the best fit for the next 5-10 years at their new school?
I'm going to go with, I like what Lincoln Riley's going to do at USC, but let's go with Mario Cristobal at Miami of Florida.
Oh, wow.
I mean, here's a guy coming back home. You know, he played for Miami, knows the Miami culture. And I'll tell you, when he was at Oregon and going over the team with them, he took a finesse team and turned them into a power team at the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. And when I talked to Coach Cristobal this year, he was very happy with what he inherited on the offensive line, defensive line, and supplemented. He's also got one of the best quarterbacks in the country in Tyler Van Dyke. And if they have the type of year this year that I think he can, I go back to the Oregon team currently. They are loaded with talent. He had 4 great recruiting classes there, and it's an Oregon team that's contender in the Pac-12 because of his recruiting. If he can recruit Miami like he should be able to, I think he can get them back to being a power once again.
You like this Auburn team. I know in your top 40 you don't have them because your power poll is much different from your top 40. You've got them number 19 in your power poll. You don't have them ranked in the top 40, but you've got them on your most improved list this year, and you also have them playing the toughest schedule in college football.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of folks were getting on Auburn's program saying all these players leaving the team, it must be something wrong, it must be a toxic situation. Guys, I've been doing this for 28 years, and I can tell you that first-year head coaches that come in and a lot of players leave, a lot of time that's addition by subtraction. You want to be left with the guys that are bought in and believing in the team. And going over the team with Coach Harsin this year, I feel the guys that are left are bought in and believing. You look at a guy like Tank Bigsby, who had some questions, and now all of a sudden Bigsby completely bought in. It's one of the better running back rooms out there. If they get good quarterback play, this is going to be a dangerous team. And really, I think the whole outlook on Auburn is different. If they hold on to that lead against Alabama at the end of the year, maybe your whole outlook on Auburn coming in is different. So I know they were just picked 7th in the SEC West. I think they finished way higher than that. In fact, I'm going to call for them to open up the year 5-0 when they travel to face Georgia, and it should be a much better year for Auburn. I've got them tied for 3rd in the SEC West, which is much higher than everybody else. And I think Brian Harsin comes out looking pretty good after this year.
Phil Steele with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, philsteele.com for all the info on his college football, the annual preview yearbook that you get. You can also find it at your local Barnes & Noble. Follow Phil on Twitter, at PhilSteele042, at PhilSteele042. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Let's stay in state for a second because you have Alabama at the top of that power poll. If it is not Alabama at the end of the year, what is going wrong for the Crimson Tide, do you think? What concerns you about Alabama, even though you have them number 1?
There's really not a lot of concerns when it comes to Alabama. I mean, you're looking at a team that generally loses a ton of players. Look at last year. They had 3 players back on offense and had to replace their quarterback. This year, they've got 5 starters back on offense, and one of them is a returning Heisman Trophy winner. A tremendous pickup at the running back core with Jamar Gibbs. I guess the receivers, they lose their top 2 from last year, but they do bring in Tyler Harrell from Louisville. Jermaine Burton comes in from Georgia. JoJo Earl, I think, emerges this year. The offensive line should be among the top units in the country. Defensively, Will Anderson, arguably the best defensive player in the country. They bring in Eli Ricks from LSU. I really don't have any question marks when it comes to Bama. Maybe the wide receivers might be the top one just because of what they lost last year. But I'll tell you this, I've got the receiving core rated number 10 in the country, so that tells you about my concern level. I've got them a double-digit favorite in every game this year. I went way out on a limb picking them number 1, huh, guys?
Yeah. Well,
somebody had to be there. Yeah.
Hey, Phil, one of the things that I love about the publication every year is checking out your top surprise teams for each and every year. And I was with you last year on Washington. It was a big swing and a miss for both of us. I got dogged out before the season. I thought they would go 11-1. I thought the schedule was really forgiving.
And they fired their coach.
They fired their coach. So we both missed on that one. But this year, I think it's really interesting. A lot of people believe last year for Pat Narduzzi with a Heisman finalist in Kenny Pickett, it was kind of everything aligned right. The stars aligned for Pitt, but you've got them coming back and maybe even better than they were last year.
Yeah, and you go to my surprise team article this year, and what I did just to bear it out, I graded all my surprise team picks since 2001. There's a lot of A's in there. There might be a few B's. Last year was a big fat F. I mean, that was just unbelievable what happened with Washington. So we won't talk about that one anymore. I think if you're really looking for a surprise team this year, it's one that's not on my surprise team list because I can't pick a top 10 team. But judging from what I'm hearing in national commentaries, nobody's talking about Utah. And Utah is a team that gave Ohio State a great game in the bowl game. They've got an outstanding offensive line and defensive line coming back. They've got Cam Rising, who took over at QB when they had lost 2 early games. I think Utah's got a chance of running the table and actually making a playoff, and yet I haven't really heard anybody talk about Utah as a legitimate playoff contender, but I think they are. Now, going back to your question.
Now, real quick, though, Phil, I will tell you, I've got them in the playoffs
That's
this
right.
year.
Lance is with you again. This could be bad news.
This could be bad.
That was a rare year, okay? Rare last year with that Washington thing. But now let's talk about Pitt. And here's what I like about them. Defensive line. I mean, every year Coach Narduzzi loses 2-3 players to the NFL draft off the D-line and comes back, and you look at last year, 54 sacks again. This year, the whole doggone D-line's back. They got the second-best defensive line in the country, an outstanding defense. I think Keaton Slovis steps in at quarterback and does a great job there. They've got the running backs with Abanconda and Davis. The receiving core, I like Kenyatta Mumford. That's Mumfield. He's a guy to watch from Akron. He really impressed me at Akron last year. No supporting cast. He's got a much better supporting cast here, an improved offensive line. And the only game I've got him a dog is at Miami of Florida at the end of the year. But keep in mind, last year on the ACC road, they went 4-0 and won by 23 points per game. So I do think they have that chance of getting back there, even though no one is expecting Pitt to get there. They've got that opportunity.
Phil Steele with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Staying in the state of Utah, BYU is a team we've talked about frequently on this show, Phil, that they play enough big games this year that if that's an undefeated team, it will be difficult to keep them out of the playoff. Would you agree with that? That based on that schedule, if the teams on that schedule are what we think they're going to be, Oregon, Arkansas, Notre Dame, that's a good enough schedule to get an undefeated BYU in the conversation?
You could arguably say that we're the Pac-12 champs last year. I mean, they were 5-0 against the Pac-12 last year and beat Utah. Pre-Cam Rising, by the way, but still beat Utah. I think the schedule would be good enough, an undefeated team. I mean, first of all, Game 2 is Baylor. Baylor is the defending Big 12 champs, and they are the preseason pick to win the Big 12. Oregon on the road in Autzen Stadium. That's a heck of a big test. I think Oregon's the best team in the Pac-12 North. Notre Dame, as you mentioned, playing them in Las Vegas. Arkansas, an SEC squad at Boise, my pick to win the Mountain West. And I think Stanford's going to be a much improved team. So if they can win those games, win them impressively, I would think they have that shot. And by the way, this looks like it might be Kalani Sitake's best team yet. He's got 19 returning starters coming back, all 11 starters on defense, 8 on offense, including Jaron Hall. If Christopher Brooks plugs in at running back, the transfer from Cal, they could be very dangerous. So that is a team to watch this year.
Tennessee, I think their fans were surprised and excited about a 7-6 last year, especially the way Hendon Hooker played to end the year. You've got a lot of confidence in Tennessee. You've actually got them 11th in your power poll.
Yeah, and you go back to 2 years ago. Remember, Ole Miss had that explosive offense, and they had no business being in that game with Alabama, but they were in there in the fourth quarter and had a puncher's chance of winning the game, if not for just a couple of late opportunities. Tennessee's the same type. They have got the offense to contend with anybody on a weekly basis. In fact, last year, they put up 39.3 points per game. Pretty good. My computer this year is projecting 45 points per game and 500 yards per game. I love Hendon Hooker at the QB spot. Doesn't turn the ball over. 31 touchdowns, just 3 interceptions. They've got the deep running back. You look at the receiving core. They had in a Brew McCoy to a Cedric Tillman, and the offensive line is solid. Now, defense was a question last year. All 3 units rank in my top units, so in front of the magazine. So they have some talent on defense, and they have a number 10 special teams as well. You know, the only games I've got them an underdog. I do have an underdog at Pitt. I know in Vegas right now they're actually favored over Pitt. I think Pitt wins that game at home. But Alabama at home and at Georgia would be the only 2 other games that I've got them an underdog. I rate the LSU game on the road to toss-up in South Carolina. But I think if anybody's going to challenge Georgia this year, Tennessee's got that puncher's chance of doing it.
Phil Steele for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I said last week that I feel as though this is a bounce-back year. at Clemson for DJ Uiagalelei, and he'll be one of the better stories in college football. To that, Phil Steele, you say what?
I agree with you 100%. In fact, talking to their offensive coordinator, Brandon Streeter, he said DJ has lost 20 to 25 pounds this year. And the focus was, remember last year he took a lot of sacks? Well, the focus was getting that doggone ball out of his hand. Plus, he's got a better offensive line in front of him. That offensive line was very young last year. Now they're loaded. They've got a left tackle in Jordan McFadden, who's an NFL prospect. They got the running backs with Shipley, Pace, and Maffa. And the receiving core, when Streeter has said that it's as deep a receiving core as they have. They may not have T. Higgins out there, but they've got a very deep receiving core. Best defensive line in the country. A very good defense. My number 2 defense overall. And yes, I expect much improved play from DJ Uiagalelei. He's got a much better supporting cast around him. And if there isn't, they got Cade Klubnik, my number 1 quarterback out of high school, who's in for the spring behind them, pushing them. So I think their quarterback position might be one of the most improved units in the country.
You and I both like NC State a lot. And last year, again, going back to Pittsburgh, surprised everyone winning the ACC. How shocked would you be if NC State won the ACC this year?
October 1st is going to tell you whether they do it or not. I mean, they've got the defense. 10 starters are back, and it's not just 10 guys. I got my number 2 linebacking core in the country. Last year, Peyton Wilson went down to injury after 2 games. You're like, oh, my goodness, are they in trouble? And then Isaiah Moore stepped in and did just as good a job. Well, Wilson's back. Moore's back. Drake Thomas is back. It's a hell of a linebacking core. The secondary, I rate number 3 in the country. The offensive line is solid, and they've got the veteran quarterback in Devin Leary. So they really have all the talent to contend with Clemson. Now, remember last year, it seemed like every team was very experienced except for the big boys, and NC State was one of those. They had 19 returning starters last year. They got Clemson at home. Clemson was inexperienced. They won that game in double overtime, and that was at home. Now they've got to win on the road. But if they can go into Death Valley and pull out that win, I wouldn't be that surprised at all. In fact, at that point, they'd become the clear-cut favorite to win the ACC.
I think another thing interesting about your publication is you've got people that follow you on Twitter, and I just noticed that Montel Williams, the talk show host, I didn't know he was a big college football fan.
Yeah, well, you know, and there's a lot of those and you have to be verified to make that list, by the way. So yeah, it's I can't say he's a close personal friend though.
No, I get it. Well, I guess people know they've made it though once they
That's
actually.
Right. I mean, Phil Steele's publication.
Yeah.
Yeah, Montel Williams. That is random. All right, philsteele.com. You can order online there. You can go to your local Barnes & Noble, find it at bookstores there. It is the College Football Bible, the annual Phil Steele College Football publication. Phil, great work again this year. We always appreciate the time.
Hey, a lot of fun talking football with you guys this morning.
All right, you too. Take care. Thank you, Phil. Phil Steele with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Always fun talking with him. Love his publication. It is officially a college football summer once you get that Phil Steele in hand. I just saw Raheem Mostert, Miami Dolphins running back. I don't know what you expect out of him this year, but he just tweeted out he's officially cleared the day before the Dolphins open camp.
I was going to say if he is healthy, I expect a lot.
Good.
And especially the Mike McDaniel, the familiarity,
That's
how
right.
good Mostert was. I mean, going back to the 2019 playoffs.
That championship game against Green Bay, right? He ran for 1 million yards.
He did.
Yeah.
And that entire season, I mean, it was running back by committee. I mean, there was, 3 or 4 backs that were getting a lot of touches, but I thought he was the best.
Yeah, so Precision Sports brings you that injury update. Raheem Mostert cleared to start the camp for the Miami Dolphins.
Hey, and Precision, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/provider.
I feel like maybe it's because of you that I've heard more Utah than Phil has. Phil says he's got nobody picking Utah. I know you've been big on Utah. Do you feel the same way as Phil, that they're flying under the radar a little bit?
I don't know, because they're going to be a top 10 team.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say you're flying under the radar when you're in the top 10.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of people, if there's a bowl game that people are going to watch outside of the playoffs, it is the Rose Bowl, and watching how good they were in that game.
Yeah, I mean, up and down the field with Ohio State.
And if Cam Rising doesn't go out at the end,
who knows?
They got a great shot of winning that game. The defense is going to have to get a little bit better, but in the Pac-12, it should still be the best defense Yeah, I think they're going to be really, really good next year.
But still, that said, you think that Florida game is basically a pick 'em, don't you?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, I think Vegas will list just because of they'll play into the heat, humidity, them traveling across the country, road game,
atmosphere.
SEC athletes, that kind of stuff. I think Utah wins that game, though.
I mean, that is a tough start for them, and I think will tell us a lot about Utah. I mean, they're not going to – if they lose that game to Florida, I just don't see a chance of them making the playoffs.
Well, look, and they can't do anything about their conference affiliation.
Yeah.
But they're out of conference. When you play at Florida and you've got San Diego State, I mean, those are two quality opponents.
Sneaky good, 6 o'clock ESPN kick in that week 1 Utah at Florida. I mean – I don't expect much out of this Florida team. Maybe I'm underselling them.
I'm right there with you. Anthony Richardson, we'll see how good he is. Some people think he's going to be the next great Florida quarterback. Some people, think that he's probably overhyped. But big game in this regard. If Utah does want to make a run to the college football playoff, they got to have that game. And on the other side, it's Billy Napier's debut. That's a game you don't want to lose out of conference.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating game. Tough start for Billy Napier. I mean, you'd like to open with Mercer the way Auburn does, or even Utah State, a little tougher team the way Alabama does. Yeah. Utah, that's a tough draw for your first game. So, I don't know. By the way, all those games on at the same time. Mercer, 6 o'clock kick. Bama, Utah State, 6:30. That Florida-Utah game, 6 o'clock. So
that'll be on the big.
It's going to be a full window. I think so. What else is that late? So you think that's your best 6 o'clock game?
I think so, yeah.
You might be right there, Lance. Yeah, because Georgia-Oregon's 2:30, so this will follow that. Cincinnati-Arkansas at 2:30 as well. I'm interested in that game.
Wow.
How about those head-to-head? That's ESPN for Cincy, Arkansas, ABC for Oregon, Georgia.
I think Cincy, Arkansas will be the better game.
You think so?
Yep.
A closer game? Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Oregon, Georgia feels like it's obviously got more impact on the college football season, but I don't disagree with you.
Can you imagine, though, and I know we'll get more into this as we get closer to week 1, but if Bo Nix and Oregon went on the road to Atlanta in front of that Georgia crowd and pulled off the upset, can you imagine Dan Lanning in his first game and what the narrative would be? Your national champions lose the first game. When is the last time a national champion has lost their first game the next season?
Oh, I don't know, because I remember Auburn almost did it to – who was that team that came in and almost beat Auburn? Oh, I can't believe I can't say it right now.
Who did Auburn open 2011 with?
That's who I'm talking about. Was it Utah State? It was, Scott? Yeah, it was Utah State.
Chucky Keaton, right?
Chucky Keaton was the quarterback, and they went up and down the field with Auburn. Up and down the field with Auburn.
I do remember that now.
Yeah, and Auburn was looking for quarterback, obviously, trying to replace Cam Newton. But they almost lost that game, and it should have been a sign of things to come. It never really kind of spiraled out of control there for the Auburn Tigers.
Oh, yeah, LSU, that's right. Thanks, Brooks. Over in the chat room. Remember LSU?
Oh, yeah, Mississippi State
great 2019, and then
Mississippi State
Mike Leach's debut.
Yes. You said that's going to be your big screen game. Ohio State, Notre Dame, 6:30 kick, ABC.
Oh, wow.
You can't put that in front of Utah,
How
Florida.
many good games do we have week 1?
Oh, I can't wait. Love college football.
And how many days out are we?
Let's see. Today is the 20th. We're about 40 days out.
Okay.
I don't have the count in front of me. Dunaway would have the count. That's on me. We're about 1 month from week 1. Thanks to Phil Steele for jumping on with us. Johnston RV Center is the hotline. That's where you heard Phil. Right now, you can see great brands at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. See those great deals that they've got on the Cherokee Alpha Wolf, starting as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down. That goes all the way up to $329 a month for that most popular couples coach they've got with 10% down and approved credit. You can also get those Coachman Clipper travel trailers starting at just $16,946 with a lifetime warranty. See all of that at Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, or online, johnstonrvcenter.com. When we come back, Rockstar is going to tell you what to watch tonight. And Matt Smith, our buddy with Southern Pigskin, has sent out a tweet that I want to see if you agree with. That tweet from Matt, we'll see if LT agrees, next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
We continue on the Next Round. That college football tweet from our buddy Matt Smith up in Nashville in just 1 second. That's after Rockstar tells us what to watch. You guys, though, just a couple days away, we'll be back out there at Odie's for trivia night.
We will be.
Always
Odie's
exciting.
Team trivia every single Wednesday, but if you're looking for a great lunch stop-in, Rodney Davis has been cooking them up for over 30 years there at Odie's Tavern. Delicious wings, burgers, of course, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village.
Before Rockstar tells you what to watch, John Rothstein, who covers the college basketball game, I found this interesting. the Phil Knight Invitational, the PK 85, Alabama is in that field this year. And he says the sources for him, his sources have told him the first round games in the bracket. North Carolina, Portland.
Okay.
Stick with me. They get better.
Yep.
Villanova, Iowa State.
Okay.
UConn, Oregon. And Michigan State, Alabama.
Wow.
Alabama and Michigan State. Tom Izzo.
Can't remember ever seeing that game.
Nor can I.
Yeah.
That'd be a good game for Alabama, obviously, early on. Test your squad against Michigan State. According to Mike Rodak of AL.com points out, that means right now, if that is true, Lance, Alabama plays at least these 4 teams as part of their non-conference schedule. Michigan State, Gonzaga, Houston, and Memphis. If you watched any of the NCAA tournament last year or the last few years, that's a pretty tough stretch of basketball right there.
Well, all you got to do is win a couple of those, right?
Yeah, I mean, you win a couple of those and go 500 in conference, you're just fine, or even less than 500. All right, Rockstar, tell us what to watch tonight. What's coming up on the old viewing menu?
7 p.m. on Epix Drive-In, a depressing movie. Revolutionary
Epix Drive-In?
Epix Drive-In.
Didn't know that existed.
Revolutionary Road with Leonardo DiCaprio.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Kate Winslet.
Yeah.
Michael Shannon.
Michael Shannon's really good. Plays a real creepy brother.
He really does. It's great acting. If you want depressing.
Oh, I saw a depressing movie over the weekend.
Oh,
I did.
Yeah.
Just randomly Saturday morning, and I thought of Lance. I'm like, this is just sad enough for Lance.
What was it?
Everyone's Fine. Robert De Niro.
Apparently they weren't, right?
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Mm-mm.
So basically, the backstory's got Robert De Niro. Who else is in it? It's not a huge. I mean, it's not the hugely.
What year was this?
Big time cast. I don't know. It was this year in my bedroom or my living room. I don't know what year the actual movie came out. Everyone's Fine or Everybody's Fine, Rockstar. Yeah, there you go. Everyone's Fine. Rockstar's pulling it up now. So basically, the story is Robert De Niro is this aging guy, and he's trying to get his kids back together after his wife dies.
2009.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore. I forgot Drew Barrymore was in it.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale. Yeah. Yeah, plays the daughter.
Damian Young is the dude from Ozark, creepy attorney.
Yeah, he plays a very small role in it. You're right. He's Kate Beckinsale's husband.
That's not believable.
Yeah, that was not believable at all.
No, that was a young Damian Young, too.
Yeah, but even still, best Damian Young of all time is not married to Kate Beckinsale.
No.
Not in any world.
I mean, Beckinsale hasn't aged at all.
No, she's good in this one.
This got a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes.
No, it's not good, but it's just a sad story. They call it a comedy, and it's not funny. I mean, it's got
I'm seeing adventure drama here.
I saw it. It was listed as a comedy on DirecTV. Anyway, sad movie. Can't get his family together, so he tries to go to his family, and it's sad. Sad movie, man.
Great list of movies out there that you still haven't seen, and you watch that one.
That is right. You love to point that out. Robert De Niro, very good in this one as well.
So I watched the new Netflix movie, The Gray Man, with Ryan Gosling, who, by the way, is really, really talented. And
you mean Ken from Barbie.
Yeah, I can't believe he took that role. And then Chris Evans. So as we're watching it, it was entertaining to start, but it was one of the most unbelievable films I've ever seen. And for whatever reason, like when I watched John Wick, I get it. This was trying to be kind of a John Wick spinoff or takeoff. And just after the first hour, I was thinking to myself, I cannot imagine what the budget on this was. So
it's the biggest budget Netflix films have done.
I Googled it, and they said over $200 million, the biggest budget in Netflix history.
Wow.
And both Chris Evans and Ryan Gosling got $20 million each.
Yeah. And you didn't like it?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah, just okay.
It's
a lot of money for just okay.
So unbelievable. And the action is just nonstop. I mean, if you like that, I just need a break every now and then.
Well, also on the viewing, just real
I
quick,
didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Something that Lance used to look forward to, but Discovery, it is Shark Week.
Oh, I heard.
Somebody
reminded me this morning.
Yeah, somebody reminded me over the weekend that Shark Week is always the week before the NFL preseason starts. Before I don't know if they plan it that way, but it's always the Hall of Fame game week after that.
I used to always be at the beach during Shark Week.
I just can't believe we can get original Shark Week stuff now. I mean, I think all the stories have been told. I know shark attacks continue to happen, but not notable shark attacks.
Well, 9 p.m. tonight, Rise of the Monster Hammerheads.
Oh,
Reports
there.
of 2 legendary, very large great hammerheads are baffled scientists, and they're wondering, is there a clan of monster hammerheads who share the same DNA?
Yeah, I've wondered that.
We're going to investigate that for 1 hour.
Well, I think Shark Week, you could get some interesting programming. You could. There was a dude that was just killed by a great white this year.
Yeah.
Cut in half in Australia.
Yeah, but
So you could recount.
Tale as old as time.
You could recount that. I don't know if it's a tale as old as time. But I think doing something on like Jaws, the movie. Peter Benchley, who's passed away, but how that novel was created, what led to the movie, some of the backdrop on that.
Yeah.
There's,
all right, so Shark Week.
There's interesting things you could do.
Deep Blue Sea. Why the script get approved?
Yeah.
Why LL Cool J? Like stuff like that. Answers that you want.
Didn't he? He was chef, right?
Yeah.
He was one of the
He
only.
preached too. You got Michael Rappaport in there.
But him and Thomas Jane are the only two that made it, and then the chick. I forget who the chick was.
Samuel L. Jackson does not last long.
No, he's quick.
He's giving a good speech. Giving a good speech.
You know what he got?
Yeah.
A paycheck.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, Rockstar, thank you for the viewing menu there. Matt Smith is our buddy up in Nashville. Matt is southernpigskin.com, at Matt Smith CFB on Twitter. And he owns this as a hot take, but I'm curious if you actually agree with this, because the more I thought about it, I'm like, I don't know how hot this actually is. If Arkansas beats Texas A&M, okay, so that's the if. If Arkansas beats Texas A&M, Alabama will be the only SEC West team better than 8-4, and I'm not convinced an East team besides Georgia finishes better than 8-4.
Ooh.
Now I think Tennessee will be 10-2, so I disagree with him a bit on this. But if Arkansas beats Texas A&M, so Arkansas has beaten them, you would have to assume at that point Alabama has beaten them. And if Arkansas and Alabama beat them, are they going to go undefeated in the rest of their conference schedule? I think A&M could still squeeze out a 9-3 at that point.
Well, I'm looking at Arkansas.
So if they've beaten A&M.
Well, that means they're 4-0. And then we'll say they lose to Alabama. And they got to go to Mississippi State and BYU back-to-back weeks.
That's
then
right.
Auburn after a bye week.
Yep.
Yeah. The East, though.
The East is really, it comes down to how much do you believe in Tennessee? Do you believe in Kentucky to go 8-4 again?
See, I think Kentucky, Tennessee, and A&M all win 9 games.
So you would completely disagree with Matt on
Yes,
this one?
I do.
You would say this is a hot take?
I think it's a hot take.
Yeah. But as much as we like to, if that is the case.
Last year, let's just, so better than 8-4, right?
What do you mean?
saying-
From last year, that's what we need is better than 8-4. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, so Arkansas was. They were 9-4.
They were 9-4.
Obviously, Bama.
Yeah, but Arkansas was 9-4 with a bowl win.
Ole Miss.
This is 8-4 regular season, right? Was Arkansas?
Yeah. Georgia, Kentucky.
Yep, Kentucky at 10-3.
Yeah.
So if you just go regular season, though, you've got Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, and Kentucky. You had 4. And then Arkansas got better than 8-4 in their bowl game with 9-4.
I still think it'll be 4 or 5.
Yeah. That probably is a hot take, but as much as we like to bang the SEC drum, if he ends up being right about this one, that is not great for the Southeastern Conference if you got a bunch of 8-4 teams and then Alabama and Georgia at the top. The projected order of finish out for the Big Ten, not going to surprise anybody because their media days start tomorrow, but for some reason they release all their stuff before media days. Like the SEC, you vote at media days, they do it afterwards.
How do you do that, though?
I don't know. I guess they email it out and people come in. It's interesting to me, though, because, for instance, like Scott Frost, and we'll see if I can pull this up real quick. I only have the top.
I just think, I've voted before. It's been a while since I've voted for the SEC, all preseason teams. But you want to get there and get a feel and talk to coaches and talk to some of the players.
Yep.
That can influence it a little bit.
All right, so here I've got it right here because this is interesting because Nebraska is first up tomorrow because they start practice Wednesday, as I mentioned a couple times, when they play Northwestern. They're picked 5th in their division. So now Scott Frost comes in. You've already done the voting. You're like, Coach, we picked you 5th. And I don't know how Scott Frost reacts to that. Does he bang on the media? Does he say, we're probably 5th or whatever? You don't get to do that at SEC media days, but, for whatever that's worth. But here's the predicted order of finish. Tell me, I'll go West first. You tell me if you think anybody's out of order. I think you're going to have somebody out of order right away.
Okay.
Wisconsin first. You're cool with that?
Yep.
They got 31 first-place votes. They are easily the first in the West. Iowa, 2, in front of Minnesota.
I'm not surprised, but I would have Minnesota in front of Iowa.
I thought you would. Yep. That's why I said so. Minnesota 3, so you'd flip-flop those two. Purdue 4th. Purdue, Penn State, right out of the chute, first Thursday night of the season.
I think I would have Nebraska in front of Purdue.
Okay, well, they got Nebraska 5th.
Yep.
Illinois 6th. Illinois plays week 0 against Wyoming. and Northwestern 7th, who plays Nebraska in Week 0 in Dublin, Ireland.
Northwestern, much like Iowa in that same division, I can't predict year to year what's going to happen because it's a lot of 4 and 8s to 8 and 4s.
What were they last year? What was their final record?
Oh, they were bad last year.
So this would be back-to-back bad years for Pat Fitzgerald, which doesn't happen a ton.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And you know, there's not a lot of back-to-back great years for Iowa.
Yeah, so 3-9.
Yeah, and the year before they were in the Big Ten championship game.
So Big Ten championship game 3-9, and then picked 7th in their division. In the Big Ten East, Ohio State got 36 first-place votes. That's all of them. I should have pointed out that both Iowa and Minnesota got first-place votes in the West. Not the case in the East. Ohio State got all 36 first-place votes. Michigan second. Good with that. Week 3 Auburn opponent, Penn State third. So you're hesitant on that one.
I think I would go Penn State. It's close between Penn State and Michigan State. I think there's a big drop-off after Michigan, though.
I agree.
I think these are 8 and 4 teams.
Yeah, I agree completely. Michigan State fourth, a team we previewed Friday in our 40 and 40. We had them in our top 25, fourth in their division. Maryland fifth, Rutgers sixth, Indiana seventh.
Oh, wow.
That's tough for Tom Allen to finish behind Rutgers.
You know, it went from Tom Allen preseason top 10 team last year.
Yeah, and then they had quarterback
They
injury.
did. They had a really difficult schedule, a complete implosion. And now, if they were to finish 7th in the Big Ten East, is there a chance he could get fired?
You know, he got a really big contract. I know it had a full buyout if he wanted to leave.
Yeah,
I don't know if it went both ways.
It seemed like it was almost a lifetime contract.
Yeah. Yeah, there was for instance, if a team wanted to hire Tom Allen, because I know he got mentioned in a lot of jobs, and I had somebody tell me, before you mention Tom Allen as a candidate for the Auburn job, if Brian Harsin gets fired or something like that, go look at his buyout. And I went and looked at it, and it's like, oh, no, you have to pay the entirety of the contract. But I think it might go both ways. Like, I think if they want to fire Tom Allen, they got to pay him the entirety of the contract. He's pretty safe as Indiana's head football coach, if that's the case.
Okay.
They are not going to spend that kind of money on football.
Well, look, and I think he's a heck of a coach.
I do, too. He's got one of the toughest jobs in football.
Look, and I know Schiano, for whatever reason, is a fit at Rutgers, and they surprised with a 5-8 last year. So Tom Allen, just going back through it, he's 5-7, 5-7, 8-6, 6-2, 2-10.
Yeah. I mean, the 6-2, I think he lost to Ohio. I know he lost to Ohio State, and he had one more. I can't remember the other loss.
It was bowl game, and it was
Ohio State, right? It was the COVID year?
No, it was Ole Miss.
No, yeah, it was in the bowl game.
They got up to number 7 and lost to Ole Miss by 6.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what will become of Tom Allen. I just know he's got a tough job. And if he's got a good, solid contract, it may be the last one he ever has to execute. If they buy him out, he may never have to work again.
I didn't realize that Connor Basilick. I mean, I did know that at one point.
Yeah, that he transferred there.
Yeah, but now he's their
Missouri.
starting quarterback.
Yeah. So I mean, Penix for a minute was a really, really good quarterback for them.
He couldn't stay healthy.
He could not. That injury for him was tough. All right, Lance, tell us about Gutter Cap as we go to break, and we'll do some NFL talk coming back.
823-2212, that is the number you need to call. Had a great conversation over the weekend with our good buddy Chris Stewart. Make the call today. Look, he's been in business, 20-year service record here in Birmingham. You don't want to get on the dangerous ladder. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call, 205-823-2212. 45% off the retail price. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, when we come back, we have 4 NFL teams on the practice field now. Camps have opened in 4 places. The rest of them open tomorrow. There are some boom or bust guys, coaches and players in the NFL. We'll learn a lot about this season. Lance is going to walk us through some boom or bust guys in the professional football ranks next.
Anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Coming up after the top of the hour, the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We don't do a lot of trade talk and hot stove baseball, but there are two I saw that were interesting, including
your boy Juan Soto is going to be the main guy.
It appears. I mean, and the Nationals should be able to get a king's ransom for him, right? He's potentially one of the best players in Major League Baseball.
You know, it just sucks with how young he is. Yeah, and he's a top 10 guy right now. And, you know, your team just a couple of years removed from winning a championship, and now you're completely resetting.
Franchise for sale. I mean, not just resetting roster-wise, but selling the whole franchise. But there was discussion about the Atlanta Braves that, I mean, I'll pay attention to a ton of trade talk. This one sparked my interest, though. We'll talk about that in the next hour. A little tease for you there. Right now, though, we're going to talk about boomer bust guys in the NFL. But first, LT is going to tell us about growing his hair back with Dr. B.
Yeah, I did the procedure last night, or it's not really a procedure. It's non-invasive, but the couch that I'm actually, the little hat that I put on at night, it's kind of hard to explain.
Clearly.
But no, it's the LED, and it's the it helps stimulate the hair follicles.
Right.
And so that's where we're going to see these results over the next couple of months. But look, with age, for a lot of people comes hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, again, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting. We decided on the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
All right, 4 teams from the NFL open camp on practice fields today. The rest of the league, the entire league, is starting tomorrow. And that leads us to a discussion of some guys this year, Lance, coaches and players that are boomer bust guys. We'll find out, and I know one of these is going to hit close to home. I don't even have to ask you if my guy Tua is on this list, because I know he is.
Yeah, we'll start with Tua. And Tua, there's no excuses now. Look, if even if he's to get hurt, then that will prove the theory from a lot of people that said, hey, I would stay away from Tua.
Just can't stay healthy. Yeah,
guy can't stay healthy. But if he does stay healthy, he's got to be able to put up numbers and ultimately get Miami to the postseason, because you went out and you paid for Tyreek Hill. You've got Hill. You've got Waddle coming back for his second season. He's got weapons. You mentioned Raheem Mostert.
And you got him a left tackle in Armstead. You got him an offensive head coach instead of a defensive head coach. I mean, everything the guy could ask for, Lance, everything the guy could ask for, he's got right now. He's got a top receiver in the game. He's got a very good rookie receiver from last year that's a great young receiver in the game. He's got a proven tackle. He's got a proven running back. He's got an offensive-minded head coach. What more could you ask for?
Right, and look, and it's not like his first 2 seasons have been bad. You know, he's been limited, obviously, with the injuries. Only played in 10 games. Rookie season, 13 games last year, and I know he came in later in his rookie season. I guess I saw his first start against the Rams Halloween weekend.
Yeah.
But, 27 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, completing 66% of his passes. He's been good. He hasn't been great, and greatness is what was expected.
Yep. You are absolutely right. This is boomer bust for Tua Tagovailoa. We'll know everything about him as an NFL quarterback this year.
You're going to see a lot of quarterbacks here. Daniel Jones, the New York Giants. He's going into year 4 of that 5-year rookie contract. He doesn't have a big year this year. They're not going to pick up the 5th-year option.
Yeah.
And Daniel Jones might never start another game.
Yeah. When you draft the guy, was he drafted 7th? 5th, 6th, 7th, somewhere in there, if I'm not mistaken, for Daniel Jones. You expect him to be a Hall of Famer. You don't expect not to pick up the 5th-year option on a deal.
And he just really hasn't been good. He was the 6th overall pick in 2019.
And that's a guy as a quarterback, when I pick you 6, I expect you to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and the numbers just haven't been there. And more importantly, it's been the wins and losses. I mean, they just don't win football games anymore. His rookie season was his best. So if you go from your best season and then you regress, which he has done over the last couple of years, I mean, this is a huge year for Daniel Jones. I'll stick in that division. I think Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts showed flashes. I never thought he would be a starting quarterback in the NFL. I don't know about you.
No, absolutely not. And I remember saying that early on at Alabama when people were like, oh, if this kid stays 3 years. Well, he stays 3 years. Jalen Hurts is not an NFL quarterback. He doesn't complete enough passes. He's not accurate enough to be an NFL quarterback. But I got to give Lincoln Riley credit. He got that out of him at Oklahoma and made him a NFL quarterback, and he's taking a team to a playoffs.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni, first-year coach last year, getting to the postseason. So I think they've got a lot of confidence that Jalen Hurts is still a guy that can actually, polish his game a little bit more and become a better starting quarterback in the NFL. But for whatever reason, if it goes backwards, which I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
They're going to want to draft,
Yeah, they're going to have to draft a quarterback.
Yeah. And I think that they've basically said that is we're going to give him one more year to decide if he can take us where we want to go or do we want to draft.
I'll give you my first coach, Matt Rule, with the Carolina Panthers.
A lot of pressure on him, and he's gotten by proven with Baker Mayfield. I mean, a quarterback that it's proven you know what he can do. I don't mean he's proven to be great, but at least I've got a known commodity at quarterback. That's a better way of putting it.
He is very involved in the personnel decisions, and he was a guy that I think wanted Sam Darnold last year.
Yeah.
And you saw how that worked out.
Not very good.
Yeah, I mean, to his defense, Christian McCaffrey has not been able to stay healthy much like Tua. But, I'll do one, two. Matt Rule and Baker Mayfield coming to Carolina. I think both of those guys, it's boom or bust.
Yeah.
I mean, Baker, had the opportunities in Cleveland, lost that starting job. They've now got what is an elite quarterback if he can never get on the field, Deshaun Watson. But, in 2020, Baker Mayfield was really good.
Do you have these, if you're Matt Rule, do you at least say, all right, I've got the second best quarterback situation in my division? This depends on how you feel about Jameis.
I mean, it's tight between Baker and Jameis. I'd rather have Baker just because I don't love Jameis.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's tight.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think you can make the argument for sure. Matt Rule, I think, is on a hot seat this year. Matt Rule's got to win. And I don't know what that number is. I don't know if they show improvement. They go to 8, 8
I was going to say, 8 and 9, 9 and 8, something like that. That's a step in the right direction.
Again, that division. The problem would be if Tampa gets back to the postseason, which everyone expects. They're the favorite to win the conference. And then New Orleans, if New Orleans was to go to the postseason, if you had two teams in that division and Carolina ends up with 6 or 7 wins, I think Matt Rule's probably out.
Yeah.
Now, he could probably pick his college job.
I was about to say he becomes a great free agent in college.
Your former quarterback, Ryan Tannehill.
That's right.
Now with the Tennessee Titans.
Took him to the 1 seed last year.
Took him to the 1 seed the year before or 2 years before that. Looked, at least first half of the season, looked like an MVP candidate. But, I mean, the peaks and valleys with Ryan Tannehill, and to host that first-round game, the divisional game.
And cost your team the game. He took him to the 1 seed, but then he also cost him the game against the Bengals, who, to their defense, went on to the Super Bowl. It's obviously a good team, but
if I'm a Tennessee fan, I'm like, if you don't throw 3 picks,
we got a chance to win.
This is the team that actually went to the Super Bowl. We would have hosted every game. They were on the road every game and still got there. So, to me, Ryan Tannehill, the money they're paying him, I don't know if they're in purgatory with him right now.
Oh, yeah, they've married him. Yeah.
On that contract.
They are.
But to me, it's boom or bust for him. The same with Derek Carr. Derek Carr's been a good quarterback, not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Devontae Adams got him a Hall of Famer.
But now there's, he's got an offensive guy in Josh McDaniels. Not that he didn't have one in John Gruden. It seemed like there was a love-hate relationship between those two.
Yeah.
But now you've got Josh McDaniels there. You've got Devontae Adams. Unfortunately, you lose Ruggs. But, Darren Waller's one of the best tight ends in the game. I mean, Derek Carr's got no excuses, and this is a team that was in the postseason last year.
That's right. Yeah. They didn't fire a coach because they were bad. They fired a coach because of old emails. And this is a good spot for Josh McDaniels to come in with all those pieces. He was a failure the first go-around. He's set up for success right here, Josh McDaniels is.
Yeah, my final guy on this list is the poor man's Ryan Gosling as Cliff Kingsbury. I never thought this would work. He finally gets them to the postseason last year. So they've improved each and every year under Kingsbury. But now you have married your quarterback in Kyler Murray.
Oh, yeah. They're long-term married with him.
Arizona did everything they could to blow the West last year. Just complete meltdown, losing to Detroit late in the season. And then once they got to the postseason, they got destroyed by the Rams in the NFC wild card game. You go back to the college days, in 6 years there, he only had 2 winning seasons, an 8-5 and a 7-6.
Yeah.
And then 4 losing seasons. He's only had 1 winning season in the NFL. So as a head coach, 9 seasons, only 3 winning seasons. I don't know what that says about you. Now you've got
inexcusable.
What is viewed as a franchise quarterback in Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I mean, you're paying him like he is. So can you get that out of him? So those are boom or bust guys as we get ready to start the NFL season. Teams are out on the field today. Everybody else out tomorrow. When we return, those trade rumors, including one that I know a lot of you would be super interested in. That's next on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And this hour always presented by Champy's Chicken. Champy's Chicken, just off 119 in Alabaster. Chicken on a stick, those great chicken tenders, the tamales, po' boys. Great place for lunch. Champy'schicken.com. They're in Alabaster. They always bring you this hour of The Next Round. Couple quick headlines. I mentioned that all the camps are opening up in the NFL. First 4 out, Jacksonville Rams. You excited about that, Rams in camp?
I am. Matt Stafford threw for the first time since the Super Bowl.
That's right. He also joined, was it Instagram he joined?
Yeah.
A big weekend for old
I
man.
know. Matty Stafford, he got that shoulder healthy and joined some Instagram. Rams, Jacksonville, Buffalo, and the Raiders all out. The Big Ten Media Days start tomorrow. We'll talk some Big Ten football with Bobby Carpenter coming up just a little bit from Outkick, former Ohio State Buckeye. Wisconsin picked to win the West. Ohio State picked to win the East and the overall Big Ten championship. And speaking of the Big Ten, Nebraska hits the practice field. First college team out on the practice field on Wednesday. So they will open their fall camp then. He is Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway out a little bit under the weather. Hopefully back with us soon. Rockstar Scott running the video. John Lunsford running everything. Taylor on the social media. And Tyler is the intern. You can reach us at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923, or hit us up in the chat room or on social media. So I mentioned earlier some baseball trade rumors. What's the trade deadline's August 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. So you got roughly a week to get these done. The first one I saw is apparently the Yankees pulled their top 3 prospects from their minor league game, which has been a sign that those guys are about to be dealt. Now, you have to read into that, but that frequently happens, Lance, when guys are close to being dealt out of the minor leagues or even in the major leagues. They'll pull them out of the game just so they don't get hurt. Some rare random injury, right? So a lot of people are thinking the Yankees are packaging up these minor league prospects and maybe some major league guys for either Luis Castillo from the Reds or Juan Soto from the Nationals, who appears to be on the trading block for the Nationals.
That's all the Yankees need, right?
Yeah, he has another great player, another great bat.
I mean,
could you imagine Soto in that park, though? How unfair is that?
Oh, my gosh.
How many home runs would he have?
Not as many as Aaron Judge, but a lot.
But a lot.
Yeah.
Where would you even bat him? Would you bat him? I mean, would you bat him cleanup to protect Judge a little bit?
Well, or
would you bat him before Judge so he gets better pitches?
They have Judge all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, Judge is a guy that he's let off. I think he might still lead off for him. No, he bats second. He's in the second.
So maybe let him bat third. Maybe put Soto third. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see if that happens. But there was a lot of speculation. I was reading earlier today, I think it was the New Jersey newspaper, that the fact that they pulled those prospects meant that maybe they were getting ready to execute some trades. And obviously Luis Castillo of the Reds and Juan Soto have been mentioned a lot as trade bait on teams that are way out of this.
I was just reading a headline, and it said, and it was talking about the August 2nd trade deadline, and it said, could Shohei Ohtani be moved from the LA Angels?
And that was number 2. Okay. Apparently on the MLB Network. I did not see this, but I was sent it on social media, so I went and looked at it. Now, granted, it was a not like a hot take, but like a bold prediction. Now, we always say bold or not, right? Bold prediction.
Well, that's a bold prediction, because why would you get rid of maybe the biggest draw in baseball right now?
Did you see, though, who the Major League Baseball Network guy said they would trade him to?
I did not.
It would have been an easy trade to execute this weekend. The Braves get Shohei Ohtani.
I think Braves fans would be down for that.
You think they'd like that?
What do you have to give up?
I would imagine a lot. Like I was talking last night to one of the biggest Braves fans I know, I'll tell you, is Doug Segrist. Doug Segrist, longtime sports writer here in town. I host The Zone with him, or Jeff Spiegel hosts The Zones. Segrist and I pitch in on 3340 every Sunday night. He's a massive Braves fan, and he said, I'd give up Acuna in a heartbeat if it meant getting Shohei Ohtani. Like, Acuna seems untouchable, but he said if that had to be part of the trade, I would give Acuna up to get Shohei Ohtani.
I would say I disagree, but
he might be the best player in baseball, though.
I know, but this is a team that won a World Series championship without Acuna.
That's right. And his point was, I'm getting a great hitter and a great pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting both with Shohei Ohtani. You wouldn't give up Acuna for him?
I probably would.
Yeah.
I probably would.
I mean, would you give up Mookie Betts as a Dodgers fan for him? Is that the equivalent of giving up Acuna?
Yeah, but, Betts is more in that same age range.
Yeah.
Ohtani's 28.
Right.
But, what is Acuna, 22, 23? And you're giving up some years there.
Yeah.
But you just wonder how long Ohtani can play at this level.
Yeah. So there's some reaction to that in the chat room. I figured when I brought up Acuna, JM Dog says Atlanta needs an outfielder and a fifth pitcher.
You can get both.
There you go. He's not your fifth pitcher, though, right? But you've got both of those. Ian Anderson needs help. Got to get him together. They need him in October. But then he goes on to say, I am not giving up Acuna yet. I don't know about giving up Acuna yet, he says. Nick says, no trading Ronald. Tom says his contract's up this year. The Braves won't get past $400 million. So in other words, if you get a Shohei Ohtani, you can't trade what you'd have to trade to get him and not sign him. So he holds all the cards at that point. And I would imagine if Juan Soto's being offered a $440 million contract, what is Shohei Ohtani worth? Again, he can be the best pitcher and the best hitter on almost any team.
Let's make it a poll question. Would you trade, how about your best player on your team for Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah, that's a fair question. It's a Cowan Equipment poll question. We'll throw that one out in the field.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan, they are proud to partner with us here on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, Cowan.com.
Very quickly, David says $600 million. Nick points out he's under contract through 2023, so it wouldn't be immediate. But still, if you trade what you're going to have to trade to get him, you're going to have to sign him whenever he comes up. You can't give up that much. This is not a situation where you're renting him to win a World Series. You just won the World Series. You don't have to do that stuff.
But, you still get the, half of this season and all of next season.
How about this? I'd give up Contreras, Harris. Boy, Harris is a good young player.
He is a good young player.
Contreras, Harris, Soroka, Duvall, and draft picks. That would be a haul for the Angels. I mean, that's a lot to give up.
Again, if I'm an Angels fan, if we get rid of Ohtani, based on what I'm already on a bad team.
That's
but
right.
At least I want to have quality guys to watch.
Yeah. David said $600 million. I don't think we're quite there for a $600 million baseball player, are we? I mean,
I wouldn't think.
The Juan Soto's only $440. No. You're talking about another $160 million on top of that.
Yeah, and you're not going to do more than a 10-year deal. You're not giving somebody $60 million a year.
No, there's no way you can do that in Major League Baseball. Now, if anybody is worth $600 million, it would probably be Shohei Ohtani. Again, you're getting a really good pitcher and a really good offensive player. And I don't know the game was. He considered a really good fielder defensively.
He just DH and pitch.
Yeah. So you'd never even play him in the field. And now that you got universal DH, you can go anywhere.
Yep.
What a deal. That guy, is that good money for him to make, just DH a pitch?
I've just got a feeling that they're not going to get rid of him, though. Of course, look, if they want to sell, they're not going to the postseason.
Tripp says Aaron Judge might get $500 million. Don't discount $500 million.
I think
maybe not $600.
Buster has said that on the show before.
Yeah. Buster will be back with us Thursday, and if this continues to be a discussion, again, I think because it was on the MLB Network, a lot of people took it a little more seriously, but it was also under the label of a bold prediction. So you're trying to get some shock value with a bold prediction, right? So that bold prediction was that Ohtani will end up with the Braves before the trade deadline. I don't know that we're going to see that. It would be fascinating if you did. Lance, tell us about Mortgage Right, and then as we talk about purchases, which you're about to do, the Colts owner made one heck of a purchase over the weekend, and it sparked a question in your mind. But first, Mortgage Right.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen, and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. You can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. In MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Vol fan says you can't just give somebody Liv Barkley money. Charles wants that Liv Barkley money.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that over the weekend, did you?
He did an interview with Dan Patrick today, and is just saying the same thing he said on this show and has told us off this show privately, is I'm going to lose my TNT money and I'm going to lose my endorsement money. So they're going to not just have to match that, but exceedingly go beyond that, because I don't think I'm going to get any more endorsements, which you and I disagree with. But I know I'm not going to keep my TNT money.
Again, there are countless athletes that have taken a wrong turn, a misstep, and they've lost endorsement deals, and then they ultimately get those back. And I think this Liv thing, I'm not going to say people are blowing it out of proportion. You can have your own thoughts on it. But the fact of the matter is the majority of the PGA Tour is going to end up there. And when that happens, I think as time goes by, people are going to become a little more indifferent on the whole topic.
Yeah.
It's not going to be nearly the hot topic that it is now. And Barkley's such an entertaining guy and such a good endorser. I think ultimately sponsors will come back to it.
They hired David Faraday. That was last week. Over the weekend, the rumors are...
Did we see money for Faraday?
I haven't seen anybody. No, not yet. I haven't seen that report if it's out there. Rumor is they're hiring Gary McCord as well. For those that don't remember, Gary McCord was the CBS announcer that got banned from Augusta after not taking the Masters seriously enough for the people at Augusta. And then CBS in their last when they reworked their announcers, he was the odd man out, he and Peter Kostis. So McCord's been off TV for a little bit, but he's just kind of an entertaining guy like Faraday. So they're going to try to pair those guys back together and throw Barkley in there.
Yeah.
That looks like they're playing anyway.
I mean, look, I'd watch you.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing. I've watched the first couple of events, and the next one is this week. Barkley's playing in the Pro-Am, as he told us.
They're going to have to clean up the way the graphics. I mean,
yeah,
everything,
it's been bad. Their presentation's been awful.
Yeah, it's really confusing.
Yeah, it's a dull announcer presentation. They need a lot in that, and the graphics haven't been great. So, I mean, we'll see how it continues to develop, but I think they've obviously identified that they need some help on the broadcast side. So they've gone out and they've gotten Faraday. They've gotten apparently Gary McCord, and they want Charles Barkley. But, I mean, you get those three, and you've certainly spiced up your broadcast. I don't know if it helps you at all, but you've spiced that up. They're trying to get an actual TV deal.
So of the 12 events, there's been 2 so far?
2 so far, yeah. London and Portland.
So there's 10 more. When does it end?
That is an excellent question. I don't know the answer to it.
I mean, I just wonder if it goes into October.
Well, I mean, they're doing like 3 weeks between. But this next one is in New Jersey. It's at President Trump's course, and this is the one Barkley is about to go play in the Pro-Am, and I think maybe playing with President Trump, right? Lance, they are up next in New Jersey. Then early September, they go to Boston. So they do not play at all in August. Then Chicago. In case you're wondering why players are interested in this, they get the whole month of August off, and they're making a ton of money. Boston, September 2 through 4. Chicago, September 16 through 18. Bangkok, October 7 through 9. Jeddah, which is in Saudi Arabia, October 14 through 16. And then close out the season, Halloween weekend in Miami, October 27 through the 30th. So, I mean, New Jersey, Boston, Chicago, Bangkok, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and Miami.
That's a workable schedule for me.
You think so? I could
get really behind that.
Millions and millions and millions of dollars you could get behind that. By the way, speaking of millions and millions of dollars, Jim Irsay's got a few million and made a purchase over the weekend. I saw this headline that somebody had bought this in typical Brown fashion. I didn't read the story at all. But Jim Irsay made a really interesting purchase.
Muhammad Ali's WBC championship belt, won in the Fighters 1974 Rumble in the Jungle.
Scott is showing it for those of you watching on video.
Over George Foreman.
Yeah.
He paid $6 million for this. This is what makes it interesting to me, is that this belt was sold in 2016 for $358,000.
Wow.
Then in value, it went down in 17. I guess this guy got desperate. He sold it for $120,000. So in 6 years or 5 years, your return on investment goes from $120,000 to $6 million.
How do you feel if you're the guy that sold it for $100,000 and you're like, if I could have just gotten a Jim Irsay, he paid $6 million right now, he'd have probably paid $2 or $3 million back then.
I didn't realize, and I guess all billionaires are different, but he's a collector, and some of the other stuff he's got, Rockstar, you'll like this. He's got a black Stratocaster guitar of Pink Floyd's David Gilmour.
That's probably expensive. How much is that?
$4 million.
That's a pretty good guitar.
He's got Beatles drummer Ringo Starr's drum kit.
Oh, wow.
The one drum kit?
Yeah, it's the only one ever used.
Don't drum on anymore.
Do you think that's more than Gilmour's $4 million?
Yes.
It is not. $2.2 million.
Where would you put a $4 million guitar?
I really don't know.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, somewhere safe, to answer your question.
He's got documents written by America's founding fathers. I think
that goes right with Ringo Starr's drum kit.
I think things like that would be neat to have. Like things that aren't too bulky, something you could frame.
You could frame, and it's got a story behind it. Yeah. Like, that's the Declaration of Independence.
That's a love letter to Martha from George Washington. He gets quite filthy.
Dearest Martha.
Very descriptive.
What do you think the dirtiest thing Martha Washington ever said, Rocky?
You put those teeth in your mouth?
They were wood, though, right?
Yeah. No, they were ivory, I think.
Ivory, so it's urban legend that they were wood?
Yeah, they were not wood.
I've actually seen, don't they have them? Don't they still have them like in some museum somewhere?
I don't know.
Would you rather have George Washington's teeth or Muhammad Ali's belt?
I bet if you had George Washington's actual teeth,
What do
like
you
the
think?
ones he actually used, I bet it's more than $6 million.
Ooh, I don't know.
Oh, come on. George Washington, it's the father of our country.
But where are you going to put the teeth?
Well, that doesn't in a glass jar. I don't care. I'm
your
just selling
mouth.
them. All right, so Rockstar's pulled up what they look like. Are these the actual ones, or this is just a... George did not have a pretty grill.
So did you see the special on Sports Illustrated? I think I brought this up. Mike Tyson, where is Evander Holyfield's ear?
Yeah, I didn't see it. But
It was really good. But anyway, they went to this weird lady collector, and her theory is somebody ate it.
Oh, God.
You know, to build energy into the body. But, I mean, she had a bunch of weird stuff like this that you could buy.
So this is actual teeth?
It's like he had enough money for the top teeth and the bottom. He's like, damn it, we ran out of stuff. I'm just going to kind of
No, the top teeth are very Euro. The bottom are very prehistoric.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cro-Magnon.
I think I'd want... I don't know. I bet he smiled. I bet he smiled closed mouth.
That one middle bottom tooth looks like
it's not even doing anything. Well, it does. Yes, you're right.
Wow.
yes. Hey,
that was his pimp tooth.
But Rockstar, Rockstar, did he only put those in to eat? Like he didn't wear those full time, did he?
I don't know the story behind his teeth. I just remember it was a rumor that he had wooden teeth.
Yeah, but they were really ivory.
Yeah, they're ivory.
What do you think those smell like?
Bad.
Well, you can take them out and clean them every night. Boy, he had some rough choppers.
Jeez.
That's
He's been eating Butterfingers.
That's his cheese pose.
Oh,
is that the same teeth?
Yeah, I think so.
This has got the mouth is closed
pimp
now.
one goes under.
Woof. Gosh, that's rough, man. Could you imagine having to deal with that?
No.
So
you think that would be worth more than $6 million?
Yes, those are George Washington's teeth.
I'd rather have the belt.
Well, I'm not saying I'd rather have them. I just think you get more out of them for that.
I just think you'd freak out guests, just displaying that.
I'm selling them. I'm not showing them off. I'm selling them.
But if you've got to have one to keep.
Oh, if I got to have one to keep, it'd be the belt. Yeah, I thought you meant just which one was worth more. Yeah, I don't think he wore them full time, Rocky. I think he just put them in to eat.
So what's worth more, George Washington's teeth or Van Gogh's ear?
I think George Washington's teeth.
I don't know. There's Van Gogh paintings. I mean, if the paintings go for...
how much would his ear go for?
$25-30 million. I would think his ear would actually go for more than that.
George Washington had to be an incredible president to get elected with that grill. Like, I mean, I'm sure, like, as a public speaker, he wasn't real polished.
Well, it's like he's posing with pictures with fans and stuff like that. Like, damn, dude, did you smell his breath?
They didn't have, HD TV back then.
No, they didn't. I mean, he didn't have to go campaigning, but I bet you, I mean, that just shows you how good he must have been at being president.
Yeah, but I think most people's teeth looked like that back then.
Oh, did they?
I think so, yeah.
Crossing the Delaware.
Did we just not have dentists back then?
You had dentists, but I don't think you had what we call fluoride. I think people just brushed with baking soda, basically.
Or
charcoal.
Brush.
No, I think charcoal back in the day.
Or they just didn't brush.
Yeah.
Like we know what we're talking about.
No, I do not. All right. It is.
So is there anything you would want, though? Like the only thing I would want sports memorabilia-wise, I think it would be cool like to have Babe Ruth's glove or something.
Yeah.
But like Kirk Gibson, 1988 World Series, the Game 1 home run.
Yeah, what happened to that ball?
I don't know.
A fan had to have caught it and went in the stands.
No, I don't think that thing would be much. I guess it would be worth it to a Dodger collector, maybe.
Yeah.
But, it wouldn't be $6 million.
Of course, the stands that one went in, it probably ended up in a bail bondsman's hand in exchange for somebody getting out of prison.
Probably.
In the outfield at Dodger Stadium.
The pavilion, Dodger Stadium, it's no telling.
No, you're right. The bat or the ball that Gibson hit the home run with.
Would you, if somebody, these are Marshall Faulk's socks that he wore for the Super Bowl win. Would you wear those? Like these, both socks.
Would I wear them?
Authenticated.
No, would you keep, this is a gift to you. These are game-worn socks for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What would you do with them?
I'd get them. I'd get them framed.
That's awesome.
That'd be pretty cool.
I'd put them in a shadow box, put them downstairs.
That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, I got a Rams
shadow box.
I got a Rams head on my wall down there.
Well, you refused to want a Bulger jersey.
I didn't want a Bulger jersey. Bulger, was a good, solid quarterback, but he never really did anything for us. Marshall Faulk, on the other hand, championship and MVP.
Yeah. Zero interest in Bulger.
He had a Torrey Holt fathead he didn't hang up.
Yeah.
I did get a Torrey Holt fathead for Christmas that got sent back.
Zero interest. I mean, handing him the Bulger jersey was like trying to hand him George Washington Steele. He's like, no interest, Brown.
I mean, what would you get right now on Craigslist for the Bulger jersey?
Oh, I have no idea. I was giving it to you.
Yeah,
I was going to try to sell it. You're a Rams fan. It was an autographed. It wasn't just a Bulger jersey. You always leave out the fact that it was an autograph.
To Lance, keep trucking.
Autographed Bulger jersey.
Brett from New Mexico is right. Kobe's last jersey would be. What do you think that
last
thing would
game
go for?
worn?
Yeah.
If that's authenticated. I mean, wasn't it like a 14-60 Lakers team he wore it in? But still,
didn't matter. That game,
Kobe.
He went off.
All right, Rockstar, tell us about your guy, then we're going to go to trash.
Adam Mestre goes off at MD Realty. Of the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jeremy says, who sends back a Torrey Holt fathead? Torrey Holt was a beast.
He was.
Be Lance Taylor.
Put it on my
Great
ceiling
player.
every night before I go to bed.
It was more about the fact that it was a fathead. It wasn't that it was Torrey Holt.
Okay, anybody in this room ever had a fat head
I've
on one of
not
the
had
walls?
a fat head on the wall. No.
I probably would in fourth grade. I would have eaten it up.
Did Lunsford ever have a fat head?
Nah, we got a negative.
See, nobody up here. All right, trash when we come back.
Don't always got a Nick Saban, though, on the wall, right?
Probably so. This is the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
I hope it was good.
What?
Whatever you're looking at.
No, I'm doing a SEC Media Day survey. The SEC asked me to give them thoughts on the Media Days, and I was trying to do that while it was fresh in my mind. You can't apparently
get some damn bottled water in there.
You can't apparently after the show. Rockstar banging on the window. I've never heard you knock on the window so hard.
Because it was.
I mean, I was staring at you.
Like
Normally, I can feel when somebody's staring at me.
No, I really can't. I'm not good at that.
No, I didn't have anything to throw at you.
No, my apologies. How long did the music play, Rox? That was a fast 4 minutes. It felt
About
like
30 seconds. I was
30
waiting
seconds.
Think, well,
I had to finish my snack.
Getting your groove in.
No, it was a good song though. I enjoyed that song, Rockstar. Is that original by you?
That was Shotgun Shoes by me and Les Newby.
Oh, okay.
Seriously,
it wasn't original. I was just.
I don't know why they stayed at Shotgun Shoes.
So, do they ask? Is there anything we could do? To
I don't know. I got interrupted. Do you want me to do the show or do the survey?
Well, hell, I thought you were like 10 questions deep.
You already decided.
Yeah.
You're doing the survey.
Well, I did it, and then I submitted it, and it said I missed a field. Do you ever do that? Like,
yeah,
you're doing something, and I can't find the field I missed. That's what I was looking at when I come back. I apologize, guys. That is on me. Okay. Dunaway does a much better job at this than me. I don't know if you've noticed through 2.5 hours.
Just give me an example of one thing they asked.
Did you stay at the media hotel? That's as far as I got. Okay. And I was trying to, and then it asked for comments on the media hotel.
Didn't.
You didn't. I asked for comments on the media hotel. I was giving them comments. That's all I'm saying. All right, it's time for Trash Rockstar. If you do not mind, hit that big button.
And he's doing his thing, and he's trying to jump up at me. And I try to hit it, but the chicken's jumping up at me, and I accidentally knocked it in the head. You know, call it a lucky shot, whatever. Next thing you know, he calls the chicken police on me. Chickens are dying every day, people, at churches, Popeyes, and Kentucky Fried Chicken.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern over rising cost or gas prices, and now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high-interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is that possible? Home value is also on the rise. This means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right. Learn how you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to break the hold high interest debt has on you. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Brown, you and I talked about this before the show. Actor Jason Momoa. Have you seen this, Rocky?
So the headline didn't see he got a motorcycle crash?
He was involved in a head-on collision with a motorcyclist, so he was actually in the car.
Yeah, which is unfortunate.
Honey, I hit Aquaman.
No, the crazy part, though, comes in the body of the story. I'm like you. I saw the headline, didn't read the story.
Well, I'm just going to read the story, and you tell me what really jumps out, okay? So, runs into a motorcyclist at an L.A. area road on Sunday, according to published reports. While traveling in the opposite direction of Old Topanga Canyon Road, The motorcycle allegedly crossed over into the Game of Thrones and Dune Stars lane and hit the left front end of his Oldsmobile.
What?
An Oldsmobile?
Yeah, did that jump out at you?
That's awesome.
Jason Momoa's in an Oldsmobile.
Yeah.
Do they still make Oldsmobiles? I thought they quit making those.
I don't think they do. That's what's kind of confusing here. Like if you would have said, anything really outside of an Oldsmobile. That's the one car I would have said. Maybe a Volkswagen Rabbit or something.
It looks like they've been defunct since 2004, so this is at least an 18-year-old car he's driving. Why is Jason Momoa? I would like to know the story of why Jason Momoa was driving an Oldsmobile.
He's got plenty of money. He's got plenty of hair, too.
I mean, when you say Oldsmobile, somebody driving an Oldsmobile, describe the person in your mind.
Well, the Oldsmobile is a weird brown or yellow color, or maybe a powder to robin blue.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Rockstar's got a photo. Go back up, Rockstar. It's a classic car.
Okay.
All right. Well, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, they messed that fender up.
It's a classic car, though. He's not driving like Granny's old.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I envision an 81, 10-2, 81-year-old 10-2.
That's right, gray hair.
In the far right lane going as slow as possible.
Big tank of a car, right? Yeah.
Anyway, he didn't sustain any injuries. The motorcyclist was transported to the hospital with minor injuries to his leg and thumb. Police were on the scene to file a report, but neither party was charged in the incident. Something had to go wrong.
Yep.
He's got a sweet German Shepherd.
And an Oldsmobile.
The sea captain. Where are we going today, Jason?
That's Dunaway if he grow out his beard, right?
It's a happy group.
Where are we going today, Jason? I'll get in the Oldsmobile.
I mean, it really does. It looks like they work the docks and say they kidnapped some kid from the playground. This one out of Florida. A man was hospitalized after he was attacked by a gator. Now, according to Florida Fish and Wildlife officials, they received a report of a man identified as 43-year-old Eric Murda, who had been bitten near the Lake Manatee Fish Camp in Mayaca City. Now, they said Murda is recovering in the hospital after what was left of his right arm was amputated near the shoulder. Now, a group of people found him Wednesday evening behind a fence naked. Authorities are still trying to confirm this, but a man told Fox 13, the guy that found Murda, said he told them a gator ripped off his arm days ago, and it had taken him quite some time to find his way out of the woods.
My gosh.
I got out of my clothes, though, so step one's done.
How did he not bleed out?
I don't know. It's like it's a fishy story.
Yeah, the witnesses who did not want to be identified said the man was able to walk to paramedics when the ambulance arrived. Quote, I didn't know if he was dead or alive when I first walked up on him. There's nothing, no words can describe it. He was in a lot of pain. He was just like, help, help, help. He was talking to us, everything. They cut the fence, helped him up. He actually walked to the ambulance. Trapper was dispatched to the area to locate the gator. They're still investigating what led to the gator bite. I don't know if they found the gator. Here is my theory. I think this dude owed some bad guys some money, and I think they took his arm off.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense, except for the fact, like Rockstar said, why would they just take his arm off?
Yeah.
And why are you naked?
Yeah, why wouldn't they just kill him?
Well, I mean, you think about if you have somebody out in the Everglades and you cut their arm off and leave them out there.
That's probably going to be a bad way to go.
Yeah.
This
So-
guy beat the odds just being alive if that's what happened.
Yeah. And now so he gets to recover with one arm, and then they'll probably come kill him again.
Again. Kill him for a second time.
Kill you till you die from it.
That's right.
Would you ever pay $10 for a popsicle?
It'd have to be a good one.
An artist collective in Brooklyn is selling popsicles shaped like billionaires, including Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, hard pass on these.
With the tagline, Eat the Rich. But the $10 price tag on the frozen treats has some people pointing out the irony of criticizing the world's wealthiest while
really
engaging
is,
in peak capitalism.
First thing that jumped out at me is we're criticizing the rich and you're charging me $10 for something I could get from the ice cream truck for $1.50.
Who was the Jack Ma guy? I should know this, right?
I have no idea who that is. I know the other ones, though.
Yeah. I really have no desire to eat something that looks like that.
I really don't need. Did you ever like the one that had the gumball as the nose? It was like those. You know what I'm talking about?
the. I think they were called the screwdriver,
something like that.
And at the bottom was the gumball, and you would eat down to it. It was like a cone looking thing.
Oh, yeah, well, he did Alibaba. This is from Lunsford. It's something Chinese.
What, Jack Ma?
Yeah. But the only one that looks similar to Mark Zuckerberg is a pretty accurate portrayal of him. And then Elon Musk, that looks nothing like Elon Musk.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Looks like Elton John.
And Bill Gates.
It does, doesn't it?
Bill Gates looks like, was it Siskel and Ebert, the movie guy?
Roger Ebert.
Roger Ebert. That's what Bill Gates looks like.
I bet Roger Ebert would eat that. He'd eat the whole box.
And if I'm Jeff Bezos, I sue him just for the caricature there. That's awful.
It really is.
I mean, Jeff Bezos is not exactly a great-looking guy, but he's better than the ice cream ones.
They're being sold in food trucks in New York City and Santa Monica if you're interested.
Yeah, I'll pass. Thank you.
Yeah. $10. Popsicle.
I bet it doesn't taste
what
worth
is
a crap.
Steel City Pop?
That's like $2, $3.
I think it's like $4, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
$10 popsicle's a lot. Okay, the name of a new bar was on the minds of speakers during a public comment period on Monday's town council meeting. Several speakers, all women, said the name the G-Spot is disrespectful of women and not a good reflection on the town.
My grandmother's name was Grandma.
Gladys?
There is an explanation here. Now, co-owner Kelly Hart also spoke about the choice of name, explaining her husband, G.W. Hart, often goes by G. Now, those speaking both for and against the name said it is not within the town's jurisdiction to say what a private business calls itself. I mean, I agree if it's completely over the top. But, going from that building used to be the Club Car Cafe, the Harts reopened it. It's now the G-Spot.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's got an empty building next to it.
Hey, you think you have to get directions to get there? Let's go find your sister.
The laugh is what sold it right there.
Wow. Okay, so Velveeta was in the news with us a couple of weeks ago where they did the nail polish that smelled like actual cheese.
Yeah, this looks awful right here. So obviously Velveeta is just doing crazy stuff to sell macaroni. These are not real.
Now the brand is getting into the cocktail space with a new martini inspired by its golden shelf-stable cheese. Now, the Kraft Heinz own cheese brand on Wednesday announced the launch of its new Veltini, which takes the classic martini to a whole new level with a cheesy twist. The Veltini cocktail includes Velveeta-infused vodka, olive brine, and vermouth. Now, the drink is garnished with cheese dip and a cocktail pick of Velveeta stuffed olives. I would eat the Velveeta stuffed olive.
What is this garnished with? Oh, that's cheese dip.
I don't want anything to do with cheese in my alcohol.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But
it's infused.
The Velveeta stuffed olive does sound very good, though.
Yeah.
I love olives.
Yeah, they should have just done that and left the alcohol out of it. I will say, the White Russian. Like, I can do milk. Like an espresso martini is really good.
Yeah.
Just one to
I like
pick
a
up
White
a little
Russian.
bit.
What do you not like in a
I
White
do.
Russian?
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind like milk, but when we get to the cheese level,
no count.
Just different. So that's a crazy idea, but I've got more crazy ideas for you.
Are you a black olive or a green olive? Do you like them both?
I like the black olive a little bit better.
I think I do too, but a green olive with cheese would be better.
Yeah,
I think.
green's just so salty, but I do like them.
Yeah.
Okay, I got more crazy ideas.
All right.
The screens on the back of airplane seats should have a channel that is just a live feed camera looking out the windshield in the cockpit.
Oh, that would be cool.
No.
I would have no desire to watch it.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No.
You see the one guy just dozing off.
A bird flying at us.
Okay. How about this crazy idea? Preface every sentence with the phrase, "I'm not racist, but," just so people don't get the wrong idea. Example, I'm not racist, but I prefer crunchy peanut butter over smooth.
Okay. People be so uncomfortable agreeing to it.
I'm not racist,
all right,
but.
okay. Whatever, fella.
I'm not racist, but I sleep on my stomach instead of my side or back.
Nobody would know how to respond, would they? They'd be so uncomfortable.
Okay, here's another crazy idea. A cleaning service you hire knowing that they're going to steal stuff and you only get it back if you notice it's gone.
Well, it's a little game right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What
are my Hummels?
It actually happened to me.
You won.
Did you get it? Yes.
I did not. I couldn't prove what happened.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean.
But you know.
But I know.
Cash.
Maybe.
Or an item.
Yeah. It's cash.
Fathead.
Yeah, it was my Tory head.
Old fathead.
I left it out there with a $5 bill taped to it. Please take this. Another crazy idea, a rom-com with below-average looking people. I think that would make sense.
I mean, do we not have those?
I think we did. So Brittany runs a marathon.
Oh,
That was a bunch of banged-up people. And
Yeah,
that was,
it wasn't really a rom-com.
pull it real quick. I think it was.
Lance is
Lunsford's
gonna
agreeing with
disagree
me.
with you.
And I thought it was a well done movie. Lunsford, you like it? Lunsford liked it. Yeah, it was a good movie.
Who was in Brittany Runs a Marathon? Give me the names.
I forgot who the blonde is. She's a comedian.
Right.
I really don't. This is one of those that I really didn't know anybody in the cast. I don't think. Maybe her mom.
Right.
Do you know who that blonde is?
I do. She looks vaguely familiar. That is Jillian Bell.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been in a couple of things.
She was in Workaholics. Very funny in Workaholics.
I think she was also in, I can't remember. But anyway, so that's a bunch of average looking people, and it was kind of a romantic comedy.
Okay.
Yeah. Just saying. Final crazy idea. A beer called Shits and Giggles with a joke on every cap and just a little laxative added.
Because that's what I needed. It's a little laxative.
Is that not the highlight when you eat a, what are the banana things called now?
Laffy Taffy.
Laffy Taffy, yeah. And you get the joke in it.
You do, but no laxative.
And Bazooka Gum, you get the comic. And a great piece of brick for a gum.
But no laxative, I'll point out.
I used to love Laffy Taffy. You?
Yeah, I wasn't a huge Laffy Taffy guy.
Rockstar's brought this up, though. The banana flavoring for fruit is so weird.
The artificial, that and watermelon are the two oddest.
See, but I love watermelon.
Well, the artificial flavor of watermelon I would choose over an actual
but I
watermelon.
don't think you can replicate. I mean, grape's not the same either. I mean, what really is?
But watermelon
Cherry's the closest.
Strawberry?
Watermelon blow pop is by far and away the best blow pop. Watermelon Jolly Rancher by far and away the best Jolly Rancher.
I'm not going to argue with you because
I might go green apple on both of those.
Negative. No, watermelon is the go to both those categories. Hate to tell you.
I don't know.
That is trash presented by Mortgage Rate.
Hey, inflation is out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistance programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right today, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, so Scott from the back row loves a good blow pop. Lunsford says he doesn't want to eat a blow pop. Oh, a blow plop. Excuse me. Yeah. Yes, I did say it correctly.
Excited.
Yes, the blow plop. But a lot of people are saying sour apple is the goat.
Okay, so real quick.
I like watermelon.
On the blow pop, do you like that more than the Tootsie Pop?
Yeah. The sucker itself is good, but I don't like Tootsie Rolls. So when I get to the middle of that one, I can chew the blow pop gum for a minute.
Yeah, so the sucker is better on the Tootsie Pop, but the gum.
I would not disagree with you on that.
And the raspberry Tootsie Pop is the best.
Yeah, Tootsie Pop doesn't have a watermelon flavor. That's my drawback, and I like the watermelon the best.
The chocolate is disgusting.
Yeah,
it's been a long time since I've had either or. I can't remember the last time I had a blow pop.
My old Halloween candy bag would just be full of brown, the chocolate blow pops, and then the wax paper, whatever the hell's in the black and orange wax papers.
Yeah, not Bit-O Honey, but it's something like that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Jolly Rancher does a sucker. Really good sucker. Watermelon Jolly Rancher sucker, yes, sir.
When you first put them in your mouth, they stick to your teeth.
I love Jolly Ranchers.
It's a bad beginning.
Did y'all ever lick the ring pop until it was gone?
Yeah,
There's a lot of work.
I wouldn't lick it till it was gone. I'd get it down till it was biteable, and then you'd bite it off and throw away the plastic thing.
Did you ever get Fun Dip? And I just eat the stick.
Yep, I like the stick and Fun Dip.
I don't care about the powder.
Yeah, I think Dunaway's the one that likes the powder and not the stick. Stick's unbelievable. It's
the
vanilla.
Stick's the best part.
It's awesome.
The problem with Fun Dip is the texture. Once you get it on the stick and you try to suck it off the
That's
stick.
why I never use the powder. I would just eat the stick.
Are you ever hungry when you're sleeping?
Well,
the reason I bring this up is you get reminded of dreams. It just reminded me. Remember we were talking about Chex Mix a couple of weeks ago with Taylor? And I was talking about the hard pieces.
Yep.
I bought a pack of the hard pieces in my dream last night.
Yep. Oh, did you?
Did you dream?
I don't know what the hell I was doing, but I do.
Haggled, but I got a good price.
I do remember that though. I think I was starving last night.
This is the hour. Speaking of starving, we all are. It's presented by Champy's, world famous fried chicken. Everything from chicken on a stick to those wonderful chicken tenders and the Mississippi Delta tamales available at Champy's, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues.
At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We count it down every year on the Next Round. 40 teams, 40 shows. One of the first things we ever did on this platform was a 40 and 40 last year. It was all video. We didn't have a live show even, and we were still committed to the 40 and 40 because we want to count it down to college football just like you do. 40 teams, 40 shows. We are within the top 25 right now, and it's presented by Baumhauer's.
Hey, and Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years right here in the state of Alabama, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Alabama. Brought them to Tuscaloosa in 1981. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years later, they are celebrating. And to help out, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. They've got the Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item today, Brown, you're going to love it, the fried Wickles.
I'd eat them all the time.
Hand-battered, fried, sweet, and spicy Wickle pickles served with a side of scratch-made buttermilk ranch for only $6.99. They've got you covered with their most affordable menu options. Stop in for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
We go to the SEC for team number 24 to show you the kind of respect they are getting. You voted them in your top 25. Mark Stoops, the great Will Levis, and the big blue of the Kentucky Wildcats.
Yeah, I don't know what to think here. They're coming off of 10-3, second 10-3 in 4 years for Mark Stoops. I mean, that is quite the accomplishment where we're talking about Kentucky football. Will Levis, I saw flashes. Everybody thinks he's going to be a great quarterback this year. I don't know where that came from. We'll
Top 10 NFL draft pick.
Boy, he's got a lot of pressure on him, and he doesn't have his best weapon in Wan'Dale Robinson. Now, Chris Rodriguez is back in backfield. He's one of the better running backs in the SEC. But will Chris Rodriguez, I mean, how many games is he going to be suspended from the DUI?
That's a great question. My guess is at least Miami, Ohio, week 1.
I think that would be it.
And then you probably see him against the Florida Gators week 2.
Yeah, and speaking of that schedule, the schedule is so forgivable. They return 11 starters. They're only going to be underdogs in 4 games that I can think of. I think they'll be underdogs in Gainesville.
Okay.
In Stockford, or in Oxford.
October 1.
Yep. And then October 29th in Knoxville.
Right.
And then against Georgia, November 19th.
Chances they are 7-0 going to the bye week. It's a possibility, right? For those that don't know their schedule, they host Miami. They're at Florida, which that is fascinating 1-2 for Florida. Hosting Utah, hosting Kentucky. Florida could easily be 0-2 there. They could be 2-0. Then Youngstown, NIU, at Ole Miss, South Carolina, Mississippi State. I mean, there's a loss in there, I agree, but there's a chance. I mean, an outside chance they're 7-0.
I feel better they're 5-2 in that stretch.
Yeah.
And then I think Tennessee gets them 5-3.
But even at 5-2, there's a path to 8-4 there, which in Kentucky terms isn't awful.
I think that's the number this year.
9-3, 8-4, something like that.
I think they're probably 8-4. And, you know, with Will Levis coming back, if you were 10-3 last year, you know, the expectation, if I'm a Kentucky fan, we want to take it to the next level. But not only Wan'Dale Robinson, you know, Darian Kennard, who was your best offensive lineman. You lost a lot off that offensive line, which was such a good unit last year.
Yeah, I would think with Rodriguez, with the defense, and with Will Levis, I expect a little more 8-4, 9-3, honestly. That is our preview of the Kentucky Wildcats presented by Baumhauer's.
Yeah, again, the Inflation Sucks menu, it is out. Go easy on your wallet. Try the limited time Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item this week is the fried Wickles, hand-battered fried sweet and spicy Wickle pickles served with a side of scratch-made buttermilk ranch. Only $6.99. Stop into one of those great locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Team number 24 is where you voted them. When we return, more college football talk. Big Ten Media Days tomorrow. That's when those start. We've got the order of finish already predicted. We'll discuss that and a lot of college football with Bobby Carpenter, the former Ohio State great, now with Outkick. He is next with us on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we go to the final live hour today of the next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway a little under the weather. Hopefully back with us tomorrow, another day soon. Rockstar producing the show. Scott Forrester on the video. John Lunsford with all the technical behind the scenes. Really smart stuff. A beautiful mind, not a simple mind. Taylor Corn handling our social media, and Tyler the intern.
Did you like that movie, by the way?
The Beautiful Mind?
Yeah.
I've never watched it.
I didn't really like it. It won Best Picture. He won Best Actor.
I thought it was good. It was one of those ones that's a good one watch.
Yeah, I
don't know. I stumbled across him, Russell Crowe, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I stumbled across him. I was flipping through the movie channel Saturday morning when I stumbled across that sad movie with Robert De Niro I was talking about earlier. An American Gangster was on.
That's a good movie.
It is such a good movie. Do you like his role in that, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he and Denzel are both fantastic in American Gangster. But you know what scene was on? And it's Drugster, has this ever happened to you? Or
You get the same scene almost
every time? You get the
every time?
same scene all the time when you're flipping channels. How weird is that?
Is it the coffee shop scene?
Yes. Almost every time I turn it on, it's on the coffee shop machine, which is maybe the best scene in the whole movie.
It's unbelievable. He puts the glass on the...
He puts that jar in, puts the dollar in there. He walks back in, and the best part of it is he walks back in and sits down and pops his napkin and starts eating again.
Yeah.
And they're all looking at him like, what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, when I do a U-turn, I look, I'm worried for about 5 minutes.
I know. I mean, he is not the least bit concerned. But, man, that's an incredible scene. But it is like all the time. That's the scene I get. So, yeah, I caught American Gangster over the weekend. Really good. Hey, our buddy Greg from Pell City. You can find him on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. And listen, if you've experienced a storm recently, we've had a lot come through here. There have been some heavy winds, maybe some tree limb damage or things like that. You just need to get Greg up on that roof to check it out. And he'll tell you, he'll level with you. Do you need a new roof? Do you need some repairs? What do you need? Storm Restoration Roofing. Or if you're just in need of a new roof, not even been a storm, just time for a roof. Our guy's Greg from Pell City. He'll help you out. I'm going to give you a cell number. It's right here on my phone. I'm giving you a cell number straight out of my phone. That's what he wants you to call. Or find him on Facebook at Greg from Pell City. 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531. That is the phone number for our buddy Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City.
I can't believe on our Calvin poll question, the best blow pop flavor, you didn't even put green apple.
That is true, Lance.
Who are you?
Anybody that wants to take these polls over can do it at any time and do it the way they would say.
I brought up green apple. Somebody else said green apple was the best.
Well, I mean, we can redo the poll.
No, it's fine.
No, you've already done it.
Yeah. Well, what's leading
based
right
on
now?
this?
Too busy doing your survey.
I'm gonna vote grape.
Let's do my survey. You're right.
Now, cherry is the OG of the blow pop, but I'm gonna go grape. And it came in last. Cherry's 50%.
Watermelon's the best.
Watermelon 25%. Strawberry 17%.
You guys weigh in on this. Weigh in on this because a friend of mine, Josh, who was watching that segment, texted me and said, "You are the world's worst about getting sucked into your phone and not paying attention to what's going on around you." Actually, I think I'm pretty good at that. Now, Lance and Jim both, like if they're reading their phone, and Rockstar, you know this, if they're reading an email or their phone, you best not talk to them because they're not processing it. Like you got that, right? You know that that's the case.
I don't know. I'm listening.
You never respond, though. I have to
Not
wait.
fully listening.
Yeah, I don't know that you're fully listening.
You're hearing.
Yeah.
You're not
I don't know
listening.
that you're processing.
Yeah.
But am I bad about that?
Well, the proof was you were in the zone watching that survey.
No, I was trying to help out our friends at the Southeastern Conference.
But is there a due date? Like it has to be done by
Well,
noon?
no, but if I don't do it now, here's what I'm bad at. And you know this, Rockstar. You know this to be factual. If I don't do it right now, will I ever do it?
No.
Okay.
Well, I
at least know my shortcomings in that.
That's the problem. Like I've got the phone. I need to get rid of it, but I feel like if I don't return a text pretty much immediately, that I'll forget to return the text.
That's my problem is if I get texted during the show, I don't really return a lot of them during the show, and I forget to go back and return them. So I will go back at night, and I'll have like 6 unread texts.
Yeah.
I'm like, crap, that came during the show, and I forgot to send it back.
Yeah, every now and then one will slip through the cracks, and I feel terrible.
Yeah.
It's okay. We put out the kitchen fire. Thank you, though. Hope your family's good.
No, that's right. But, I mean, I try my best to respond to every text, but there's sometimes I don't respond to a text, until 24, 36 hours later because I just found that I didn't respond to it.
Not responding or responding 3 days later?
Well, not responding. I mean, there's a reason I respond 3 days later because I get it during the show and I forget to go back and respond to it. If I'm not responding, I'm just ignoring you.
I'm trying. Most people respond. There are certain people that don't respond.
No. That happens to me a lot. And it really doesn't. I mean, I think it's rude.
Or you get the signature that says red.
Oh,
he's seen it.
That's the worst.
He's seen it. He didn't respond.
See, I turn off my read receipts, my read receipts because of that reason. Because I'll read it in the show and say, okay, I'm going to go back and do that after the show, and I never do it. So I'll turn my read receipts off.
Are you positive, though?
100%, yeah.
I've had somebody tell me, hey, yours are on.
Yeah.
But you have to, go in there and try to actually put them on, right?
Yeah, well, you got to turn them on. And in the place where you turn them on, I got them off. So you're not getting my read receipts.
I got mine off, too.
Yeah, I mean, I do my best to read and respond to every text I get. But I tell people up front, if it comes during the show, it's 50-50 whether I ever respond or not. Do my best, though. Now, if it's a golf invite, our friend Bill Conley, ESPN, does ifs every year. What he does is he takes the top however many teams he wants to do, Lance, and says, if these things happen, this team can win the national championship.
I was trying to read that this morning.
What happened? What stopped you from reading it?
I ran out of time.
Okay. Well, I've done the reading for you,
It was
Lance.
my last article.
I've done the reading for you. So he takes 20 teams. We'll start with Alabama. And I'm not going to go through all these. But here are his 2 ifs with Alabama. You tell me if you agree. So essentially, this is a way of saying I'm kind of concerned about these things.
Can I just guess on Alabama?
Absolutely. There are 2 of them.
If the wide receivers continue on the path of Alabama wide receivers the last decade, if somebody steps up and becomes an elite wide receiver.
The way he worded it, if key transfers come up big in the skill.
Okay.
That's the way he worded it. As he points out, Alabama lost a lot at receiver, but they are also adding Jahmyr Gibbs, who's an excellent receiver out of the backfield. They're adding Tyler Harrell out of Louisville, who's a great deep threat. Jermaine Burton, who's been a solid receiver at Georgia. Cameron Latu at tight end. You've got some other young tight ends. That it's not exactly an empty room of receivers, but the transfers have to step up to make it really work.
The other, I would say, if the offensive line goes back to the 2020 version.
He steers away from offensive line, and he goes deep into stats with the defensive backfield. So he said Alabama ranked 37th in passing success rate. Now, here's how passing success rate goes. The frequency with which an offense is gaining 50% of necessary yardage on first down, 70% on second down, 100% on third and fourth. So it's basically how good you are on each down. They were 37th in the country. And he says they were 41st in adjusted net yards allowed per attempt last season. That's real heavy stats to say Alabama didn't really perform to the level that you think they would.
But here's what I would look at. The front seven is going to be so good, especially that second level when we're talking about the linebackers. And then you start to look at the cornerbacks. I mean, Kool-Aid and Eli Ricks.
Yep.
You start to look at, Jordan Battle, a guy that we had on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a lot of holes on that defense.
No, I agree with you. I think they've patched up what might be holes on secondary.
I mean, I would go really biggest concern, offensive line, number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah, I think most people would throw that offensive line in there. The Steele transfer from Vanderbilt's going to help that, but I think wide receiver is a concern as well. Ohio State second. Do you have any idea on what you would say with Ohio State?
Defense got to get better.
Right.
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt. The offense is going to be unbelievable. I would just say defense got to get better.
If the defensive line punches back, especially in the red zone, that's where it starts with Ohio State's defensive line, what you're saying. 566 yards is how he starts his ride-up. That's how much Oregon and Michigan combined to gain on the ground against Ohio State. Listen to me again. It's pretty remarkable. 2 games, Oregon and Michigan, their 2 losses, 566 combined yards on the ground. I mean, that's inexcusable.
Yeah.
And it's how you lose those games.
They couldn't stop either one.
Yeah. Minnesota and Utah both top 200 on the ground against them. So they had some run game defensive issues against the run game.
Yeah, look, I think the Minnesota, if Ibrahim doesn't get injured, I think that game's a lot more interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with you. For those that forget, early on in the year, I mean, week 1, Thursday night, the first Thursday night, week 1, Ibrahim's playing very well for Minnesota. Goes out, I think, early third quarter. I think he had like 160 rush yards already.
I think they were down 7 at that point.
Yeah. So you got the first one.
Yeah.
They got to stop the run a little better, Ohio State. What about the second one for Ohio State? Bobby Carpenter, the former Buckeye, about to join us.
I bet he would know this. I really don't know.
He says a number 2 receiver next to Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Well, that's Marvin Harrison.
I know. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He says he's got to merge, and
we saw him emerge.
It seemed like that in the Rose Bowl.
I got
right?
full confidence in Marvin Harrison Jr.
That's according to Bill Conley, ESPN. Outkicks Bobby Carpenter, the former Ohio State great, with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Bobby, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good, man. Sorry about this. I'm cruising around in the state parks in southern Ohio, so service is a little spotty, but I should be good to go for you now.
That's all good. Are we camping in a tent, or are we just riding around looking at the nice things?
No, it's my wife's from down on the river, so it's we're down here at the Shawnee State Park. So we're in like a little cabin. It's got AC, bathroom, everything. So it's more glamping than anything else.
That's the way to go right there.
Hey, we were talking to Ohio State. I don't know if you got to hear any of that conversation. Any concerns for Ohio State going into this year? And I said offensively, I didn't think there were any. Defense got to get a little better. I mean, do you have any concerns with Ohio State's offense?
Yeah, you guys.
Well, it was a good try.
Yeah. Yeah, when you go camping, you just don't know what's going to happen.
Rockstar, I can guarantee you Bobby is going to call back. Let's just tell him this
try another day this week.
Fantastic effort, but we'll try another day when we're not glamping. And we appreciate Bobby giving it the good college try there.
Good tease, though.
It was a good tease. Well, Lance, I got to tell you, Bill Conley, Georgia. Bobby had timed it out just perfectly with Ohio State, just like we had planned it. Georgia. He's got 2 ifs for Georgia. Those are the 3 teams with 2 ifs. Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia.
With Burton leaving, I mean, not that I believe Burton's an elite receiver. We'll see now with an elite quarterback. But I would say that somebody besides Brock Bowers has got to show up offensively at the skill.
Yeah, he narrows it down to 2 things, and neither one of them are receiver, which I'm kind of with you. You know, George Pickens going to the NFL, even though George Pickens was hurt a lot. Didn't get to play a ton of games. Jermaine Burton going to Alabama. I'd like to see a receiver get better.
Let me guess, he's going to doubt Stetson Bennett.
He does not doubt Stetson Bennett. A reloaded front 7 does as well as we assume. 5 first-rounders, 3 linemen going. Another 3 starters picked later in the draft. They didn't just lose a lot of contributors from last season's top-ranked defense. They lost absolute stars, he said. Now, again, this all goes back to recruiting, Lance. And Alabama has shown that you can fill up the NFL draft and reload with guys you've been recruiting. Georgia hasn't had to do that as long as Alabama, but Kirby's been recruiting to that level.
Yeah, but look, he's got the guys there. Whether or not they can come in and play at that level, we'll see. Again, I think it's a fascinating year for Kirby.
Yeah.
We talked to somebody the other day that thinks they have 3 losses. I don't see that in any world.
That was Charles. I'm not sure Charles is going to be right about that one. The second one, inexperienced offensive line. He does say this: I feel I should doubt Bennett one more time just for old time's sake, but I've done that plenty. When you play 10 perfect minutes to finish the national title game, finish the year 3rd in total QBR, you earn the benefit of the doubt. That's why he doesn't have Stetson Bennett in there. But then he goes on to doubt the offensive line. Freshmen took more than 1,500 snaps. 2 best players are gone. The 2 deep will be overloaded with freshmen and sophomores. Young guy at offensive line. Yeah. Again, though, they've recruited so well.
Yeah, there's not an excuse. I mean, because Alabama and Ohio State have to do this every year.
Yeah. I'll just touch a couple more. So that's your 2 ifs. So that's all the teams that Bill Conley says, I've only got 2 questions about these teams. Here's teams he's got 3 questions about. Clemson. One of those we talked to Phil Steele about. If Brandon Streeter fixes DJ Uiagalelei. I think he will. I think he's going to have a good year.
I agree with you.
I don't know that it's Brandon Streeter. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Again, I had him winning the Heisman last year. I think it was a combination. Look, I think he got the yips early. The offensive line didn't play well. Travis Etienne was really missed. Will Shipley started to play better later in the season. And again, this wasn't a complete train wreck. They still went 10-3.
Quarterback as well for Texas A&M if a star emerges at quarterback. They did not have a star last year in Zach Calzada. He is now at Auburn. He was a star one night against Alabama, but he played some pretty average quarterback. That's how you end up 8-4 as they were last year, even with a win over Alabama. But Haynes King, Max Johnson, Connor Wegman, if one of those guys steps up and is a star, you know, Jimbo, say what you want about Jimbo, and he's taken a lot of grief. But you look at the quarterbacks he's coached over the years. I mean, you go back to his days with Nick Saban at LSU. They were pumping out some pretty good quarterbacks.
Let's just look at Florida State. I know these guys got to the NFL.
Yeah, two of them high first-round picks.
Yeah, Christian Ponder, E.J. Manuel.
And Jameis Winston. Three of them, really.
Yeah, so 3 of them all first-round guys.
Yeah.
But the only quarterback that I thought was elite was Jameis Winston.
I don't disagree with you.
Either one of those other guys on this A&M team, I don't think it's any different.
But you go back to LSU, Rowan Davey was a really good quarterback.
Rowan Davey was really good.
Very, very good quarterback. Malk. He coached Matt Malk, who ended up in the NFL for a little bit, right? God, who was the there's one more. There was one more, and I cannot say his name for some reason that Jimbo coached.
The kid that ended up getting a huge deal after playing a couple of games?
Yes, but Jamarcus Russell. He coached Jamarcus Russell, who was fantastic in college.
If he did.
Did he not? Was he already going to Florida State?
I think he was going.
Okay.
I think.
But then when he got to Florida State, I mentioned the guys he coached there. Kellen Mond is a weird study, but he got a lot of production, at least, out of Kellen Mond for a couple of years.
Yeah,
they didn't win a ton of games with him.
Kellen Mond was like a B- quarterback, but a B- with all that talent should be good enough.
I would agree. So we'll see if he can get that. Notre Dame, look, it's so easy to go quarterback in all these. I don't know. He mentions Jack Cohn, Drew Pine, Tyler Buckner. Who's the quarterback for Notre Dame? So you can go. quarterback on a lot of these. Now, he gets to 4 Fs, and I want to hit this one before we're done with this. Utah. So when you look at Utah, what concerns you? You think they can be really good? You think they can be in the playoffs?
Back half of the defense and special teams with Covey now gone.
Wow. He says they got to get better against the run. The defensive spine, so it's the back half he's talking about, is glitch free. That they're pretty good in the back half of the defense. One thing he mentions right away, and again, it's so easy to go quarterback on all these. If Cam Rising and the Utes are good favorites, they are ranked 5th in total QBR after October 1. He's an accurate passer. He's a great scrambler. He's receiving dark horse Heisman hype, and the Utes will enter 2022 as the hunted instead of the hunter. Can this chip on their shoulder program respond well to being the heavyweight?
It's an excellent point because some programs don't. And Utah, 2 years ago I had them in the college football playoff, and they were a game away. So, people did like them in 2020, and they played well.
Yeah. Milkman goes back to Alabama and says, what makes you guys concerned on wide receiver at Bama? I'm not overly concerned because, first of all, I think you got the best quarterback in the country, or one of, throwing to them.
Yeah, look, we saw Tom Brady, it didn't matter who the receivers were.
I pointed out the other day, I don't know that he'll perform well, but Tyler Harrell is he's more proven than Jamison Williams was at this time last year. You know more what you're getting out of Harrell.
Yep. Jermaine Burton is proven.
Yeah, I think Jermaine Burton is proven. I don't think Jermaine Burton was a game breaker at Georgia, but I don't think you were playing in the offense that asked him to do that. I think playing in a different offense with a better quarterback will make him look like a better receiver.
And Jordan Battle said that, we know that Harrell can run, but he said that Burton can run.
Yeah, so I think they're going to have some speed there. I like Ja'Cory Brooks. I don't know which of those other guys is going to step up. Ja'Cory Brooks did it obviously in the Iron Bowl. I like him as a receiver. JoJo Earl is easy to forget about because he went out injured, but he was a guy last year that was going to be the number 3 behind Jamison Williams and John Mechie, 2 NFL receivers, and JoJo Earl was going to be that number 3 before he got injured.
Yeah, I think this is more of an indictment on how good receivers have been at Alabama.
Right.
Like, this crop in 2007, 2008, along with Julio, would, everybody would be excited. But it just seems like every year going in, Alabama's already got that elite guy.
Yeah. And the other thing I like about Alabama is, and we mentioned Cameron Latu, I think they can be really, really good at tight end, Lance. And it's going to be some of those young guys, too. A lot of people will look at Jaleel Billingsley leaving. I think most people would say that was addition by subtraction.
Yeah, but remember.
But he's a good player, obviously.
A year ago, we were talking about Billingsley could be best tight end in the country.
Lance, he was returning kickoffs a year ago.
Yeah.
The kid looked amazing. But when you look at what they've got in that tight end room, I think that's going to be a really, really good tight end room.
But if I would have told you last year at this time there's going to be, in 2020 it was Kyle Pitts, there is going to be a tight end that's going to be first-team All-American coming out of the SEC.
It's going to be Brock Bowers.
No, but before last year.
Before last year? You're Jaleel Billingsley, not Brock Bowers.
And it ended up being Brock Bowers.
No, you're right. But I think Latu can be really good. We saw him when Billingsley was being held out of that Miami game, how good Latu looked. He can be really good. And this Amari Niblack kid, I'm interested in seeing him as true freshman. I just got a feeling he's going to be Jaleel Billingsley-like as a freshman.
O.J. Howard-like?
Maybe O.J. Howard-like as a freshman. Big kid. He's like 6'4", 6'5". I think this kid can be really, really good. So I'm not worried about receiver at Alabama. You got one of the best quarterbacks in the country throwing to you.
So bigger concern, offensive line for you?
Yeah, probably so. If I had to find a concern on offense, if you said, give me the unit you're most concerned about, I'd go offensive line.
Well, I said offensive line first and receiver second. Again, I don't have a lot of concerns. I think Alabama's going to lose one game, and they're probably going to play for another national championship.
And if you win one, you get that big ring. And you can also go get that big ring. Here's a great segue at Bromberg's.
Oh, unbelievable there. Should I just call you Dunaway?
Yeah, that was fantastic, I thought.
Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Remember, there's nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking to pop the question, they are your diamond specialist. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Check out that inventory. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, we got 4 downs still coming up for great questions and more college football talk on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section. at nextroundlive.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Good news, Rockstar. Finished the survey in the break.
Okay, good.
I know you were worried about that.
Did they ask how things can get better?
Not really, no.
They asked, did you like the way this survey was presented?
I forgot to tell them you needed more water. That is on me.
Well, it wasn't more water. It was some water.
Any water would be more water, right?
And
Uncrustables.
I'd like to have breakfast too.
Yeah. Breakfast you didn't have to steal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear about that, Rocky?
I did. Oh, you went in there and sat down, did you not?
I did. I didn't think it was a big deal.
Bob Sacramento says more than anything offensively, he's concerned about Bill O'Brien. Such an interesting dynamic there. A guy that had a quarterback that won the Heisman Trophy. Normally, if you're an offensive coordinator, your quarterback wins the Heisman Trophy, you're gold.
It's a good year, yeah.
And this guy has a quarterback that wins the Heisman Trophy, the first in Alabama history. A receiver that was a Blitnikoff Award favorite. And 2 receivers drafted in the first round, early in the NFL draft, I guess.
But I think when you go from that 2020 offense that averaged almost 50 points per game.
I mean, it was phenomenal. It was the best in school history.
You drop back to under 40 at 39 points per game. That's a big drop.
It is a big drop, and it's less than what Alabama is used to. And I think, it reared its ugly head in the Iron Bowl. Almost got you beat in the Iron Bowl. There were times it probably cost Alabama the Texas A&M game. Alabama didn't play terribly well defensively against Texas A&M, but their offense was a bit of a mess for most of that game too. And so it cost you a game, though I don't think you can pin it entirely on the offense. But you can pin, and listen, there were some factors in the Iron Bowl, one of which Jamison Williams going out with the being tossed out of the game. But that was wholly on your offense in the Iron Bowl. Your defense played lights out against Auburn's offense. I mean,
they did.
You couldn't ask any more out of Alabama's defense.
But, points per game, I think that's the most points an Alabama unit has given up since Nick Saban's first year. It's only 20 points per game. That could still win you a championship. Obviously, they had every opportunity against Georgia last year in that situation. But to me, more concerning is the point production offensively. When, Tua's years were 45 points, 47 points. Max was 48.5 points, and then you dropped to 39 with such a dynamic quarterback.
Yeah. Chad says JoJo needs to step up. The hype around him was real last year, then he got hurt. They had him returning kicks, and I always look at that with Alabama. When they've got a freshman out returning kicks like that, that tells you Nick Saban thinks the kid can play.
Right. I mean, he's got a lot of confidence.
That's right.
That is a spot where kids can make a huge mistake, kill their confidence. So to throw him out there,
Yeah, I think that shows you how Nick Saban felt about him. And I'll be honest with you, I had said all offseason I thought JoJo Earle would blow up. I had seen him play like 5 minutes of a high school game in Texas and fell in love with his game. And I'm like, watch this kid. And he never had that blow-up moment that I thought he was going to have. I thought he'd have a game, Lance, where he had like 160 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns, and everybody's like, oh, my gosh, Alabama's got another great receiver. And he never really had that game. I mean, he didn't, and then he got hurt. So he's kind of out of sight, out of mind. He could have a big bounce-back year for Alabama, I think.
Well, we heard the same things about John Mechie. And John Mechie ended up living up to the hype.
That's right. Yeah, I remember the famous Mechie quote was from Lane Kiffin, right? Right before that game. I'm trying to remember the 2 Alabama receivers were Waddle and Devontae Smith. And then right before that game, Mechie had that huge game, and Kiffin said, last week I thought they had 2 guys that you couldn't cover. Now apparently they have 3. I mean, that's just the way it was with Alabama. So that's great. Lance, Urology Centers of Alabama, keeping the guys in our listening audience healthy.
Yeah, hey, the board-certified urologists at UCA Men's Health Center now offer affordable non-surgical treatments for erectile dysfunction and Peyronie's disease. Duolith is a revolutionary low-intensity shockwave therapy that has been proven to help overcome sexual dysfunction. Now, I know what most people are thinking. Despite the name, shockwave treatment does not have anything to do with electricity or electric shocks. This treatment actually uses sound waves to help improve overall blood flow. Shockwave therapy requires no anesthesia, no pills, no shots. It's considered to be the safest form of ED and Peyronie's disease treatment available. Studies have shown that approximately 60 to 70% of patients report positive results and noticeable improvement with their symptoms. Gentlemen, contact the UCA Men's Health Center. Ask if Duolith shockwave therapy is right for you. You can schedule an appointment. Visit UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com or call 205-930-0920.
We mentioned Kentucky was our preview team. I wanted to go back to them just real quick. If you could pull up the Kentucky schedule. Because I have mentioned a couple times, like we talk about the job Mark Stoops has done at Kentucky, and I think the record probably now speaks for itself. But I've always liked to point out the fact that twice in his time at Kentucky already, he's had them in a game against Georgia where if they win that game, they win the East. Now, one time it was a lot guaranteed the winner won the East. The second time Kentucky was going to have to, I think, win one more game. But had they beaten Georgia, chances were they're going to win the East. To me, that's incredible. Give me the odds because Georgia is their last conference game. They only play Louisville after that. Give me the chance you think they go into that Georgia game with that same scenario, where if they win that Georgia game, they win the East.
I'm going to say not likely.
I mean, because
I would say 10%.
They would just about have to be 9-1 in that situation, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd have to.
And the one is not going to be an out-of-conference. The one is going to be a conference loss. I mean, their out-of-conference before that is Miami, Youngstown State, and NIU, Northern Illinois.
Well, I just don't have a lot of confidence in Kentucky on the road. I mean, when you think Kroger Field, do you think big home field advantage?
No, but I've been to one game there. It was the 97 Alabama-Kentucky game. Me and some buddies went up there, and they beat Alabama and tore down the goalpost. And I remember that night, that was the Hal Mummy era. And I remember that night thinking, hey, this is a better than I thought atmosphere. Now, that was the biggest win to that point they'd had in a very long time. Crap Alabama team. But it was a win over Alabama at home, and Hal Mummy had them fired up, the air raid and things like that. But I don't think it's a particularly tough SEC road game.
In the Mark Stoops era, though, in his 9 years at home at Kroger Field, he is actually 41-22. Away, 14-28. So they've been really bad on the road.
Well,
and again, road games
that's
in
what I was about to point out.
Gainesville,
Yep.
Oxford, Knoxville, and Columbia.
Yeah. Columbia, Missouri, not South Carolina. Yeah.
Which is probably better.
They get Georgia at home. You like State. They get State at home. South Carolina. Is the toughest road game at Florida or at Illinois? Tougher at Florida, at Illinois. You would say toughest of all at Tennessee, right? But at Florida or Ole Miss. What did I say, Illinois?
Yeah.
That made no sense. At Florida or Ole Miss, tougher game?
At Ole Miss.
But Tennessee's the toughest. So you'd say Tennessee, Ole Miss, Florida, then Missouri.
Yeah, Georgia, then Tennessee, then Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think it requires a Georgia loss.
I'm starting to think they go 8-4.
I think it would require Georgia loss for them to be in that type of game again. And then that way, Kentucky could have two losses, but they would hold the head-to-head with Georgia. Yeah. I think that's what it would require for them to be in that type of game.
And
Stoops has done it twice.
Yeah, look, and I could see Georgia with a loss.
They're hard to find.
Well, they are hard to find. Again, I've got that Mississippi State game circled.
It's Georgia's last conference game, too, so all they got left after that is Georgia Tech.
Yeah, so the week before Kentucky, they've got Mississippi State.
Yeah, and you like State.
I do.
And if you think Tennessee's going to be good, but then if Tennessee beats Georgia, all of a sudden, how do they factor into the East race? I mean, that's what you got to ask the question about with Tennessee. It's interesting to look at. Kentucky is our preview team today. They've been in that situation before. Hey, the University of Montevallo, home to Jim Dunaway, the entire Dunaway family. In fact, you can see more at montevallo.edu. Schedule a tour. Take the 3D immersive tour. It is a beautiful campus and one of the best values in the entire nation. They haven't gone up on tuition prices in many years, so you're still getting a great value for a great education when you go to the University of Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. That's montevallo.edu. 4 downs when we return. Lance takes us around the world in 4 downs. That is next on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, $10,000 100,000 miles per year. WAC MSRP $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
We continue on the Next Round. 4 downs coming up. But first, a reminder that the lock of the day is coming up a little bit later on tonight. How did we do over the weekend?
We were 1-1 Saturday, 4-1 yesterday, so 5-2.
5-2?
Yeah.
All right. Pretty good weekend there.
Yep.
The lock is presented each and every single day by Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Plumbing, Hemp Hill Services. They bring you the lock every single day. Let me see if I can get this off the top of my head because Lance has the phone number memorized. Yep. If it's not running right, flowing right, or flushing right, Hemp Hill Services, Adam and Chad, the team we need to call it Hemp Hill.
There you go.
And you call them at?
205-229-2090. 205-229-2090.
Hemp Hill Services bringing you the lock of the day. Rockstar, before we do 4 downs, because let me get cut 14, all right? Because we're about to talk a little bit of Kentucky in 4 downs. This is the way, if you've listened to our show, you know when we're doing the 40 and 40, a lot of times the team we preview will lead into our 4 downs. Well, here is show favorite, Will Levis, the Kentucky quarterback, talking about his Wildcat squad and saying, to be the man, Not only do you have to beat the man, but sometimes you got to believe you're the man.
I think confidence first and foremost. If you don't believe that you're the best, regardless of the realistic situation, then things are only going to go negatively for you. You need to go into every situation thinking that it's going to go your way and that you're the man. And if you don't have that mindset, then something's got to be wrong with you.
He's right about playing quarterback. I mean, the people may, I don't know if anybody would call that arrogant or
he's a confident
cocky.
Kid.
We got to be at quarterback,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's who you want playing quarterback, is a confident kid. That is Will Levis, a show favorite.
Cannot believe we did not get him on.
We're trying, though, Lance. She said she would bring him back, and then they disappeared. He scrambled out of the pocket, Rockstar, and we never saw him again.
Yeah,
God's got talent.
She was, I'll bring him right back here, and pointed at us. And LT was so excited.
I wonder if she learned that move in a bar.
Bring her right back there. Where are you going right now? That way.
Yeah, can I get you a drink? Yes. Just let me run to the bathroom.
Let
I'll
me,
be right back.
let me go to my car real quick. I got to get my keys.
I'm going to crank it. You're going to hear it crank. It's going to sound weird. With Will Levis leading us in, let's do 4 downs today. Presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Vulcan Tire and Automotive brings you 4 downs every single day.
Locally owned and operated, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more bumper to bumper. They can do it for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, current job longer. Mark Stoops, John Calipari.
I think I'll go Mark Stoops. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Cal just gets worn down. I mean, if I told you better odds Cal wins another national championship or doesn't, you would say doesn't. How much longer can he get paid what he's getting paid and not win a national championship? I don't know that he'll take another shot in the NBA world, but they recently gave him a contract that sets him up basically for the rest of his life as something at Kentucky. Even if he's not head coaching, there's like a position for him, you know, an emeritus type position for him at Kentucky.
Do you
so
think
he's
he
set
makes,
up for the rest of his life.
Does he make it another 5 years?
No, I don't think he'll go past 5. I think Stoops will be there a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I think this can be ultimate destination for Stoops.
Yeah, because like with Mark Stoops, yeah, I know you say ultimate destination. He used to never say that about Kentucky. He's making, I think, upwards of $6 million now. Where's he going to go?
Yeah.
I mean, anywhere he goes would probably be a pay cut. Now, he might do that to go to a place where he could win a little easier than Kentucky.
That's what I was going to say. The only job he would take is one where he could win a national championship. I mean, what else do you want to accomplish?
I mean, those jobs are only a handful of those jobs. And who would – I'm trying to think of who of those jobs would hire Mark Stoops. I mean, give me your national championship level jobs that would hire him.
I mean, I'm a little surprised that Florida didn't offer him.
Maybe. Right there in division, yeah.
Instead of Billy Napier.
Like, I wonder if Dabo ever took another job. Would Clemson look at Mark Stoops? I mean, they would probably – Dabo's got a lot of assistants they might go after if Tony Elliott has success at Virginia or something like that. If Streeter's any good as an offensive coordinator.
I don't know where Dabo
I've got a
feeling Calipari retires and Stoops is there until he retires.
All right.
Second down.
More wins, Kentucky or the Cincinnati Bengals?
Bengals regular season last year, 10 or 11?
10.
10?
I think 10, yeah.
10 regular season last year. Odds would tell you they probably step back from that a little bit. I think 9-3 and 9-8 are probably your right answers right here. I'm going to say Cincinnati, though. I'll give Cincinnati 10-7.
I'll go Cincinnati just because I think the Bengals are going to, or Kentucky's going to go 8-4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll say Cincinnati 9 or 10 wins.
Yeah, I think
Third down.
Tougher question. More touchdowns in 2022, Will Levis or Joe Burrow?
They don't go Levis, actually. I don't know, man. That offense, Stoops throttles it down a lot and plays to his defense.
Yeah, I would go Burrow here.
Yeah, I think I'll probably go Burrow. I said that too quickly, thinking, well, Levis, you know, he's going to be an NFL guy. They're going to throw it all over the field, but in fact, they don't. They run it with Chris Rodriguez a lot and play to that defense.
Love to have a stake on Burrow against Levis.
Yeah.
I wonder if Dunaway would do it.
I don't know. You'll have to bring it back. Now that you've said that, you know he's watching. Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. You should have never said it.
Fourth down.
Matt LeBlanc of Friends fame, 55 today.
How are you doing?
So if I asked you which Matt had the better career, LeBlanc or Ryan?
LeBlanc.
Ryan quarterbacked in a Super Bowl.
And he won an MVP.
And he won MVP. Matt LeBlanc was on the top show for a better part of a decade.
He was in that movie where he was a monkey that played baseball. What was that called?
Ed.
So LeBlanc.
No,
I don't know.
Okay, so LeBlanc's got a ton of money because they got the syndication points, but Matt Ryan's got a ton of money.
He does. Do a power ranking of the main characters on Friends. Where does he fall in that power ranking?
Like
Jennifer Aniston is the easy number one.
What happened was I remember the show evolves where they get one character, you develop the character so much, but like the Homer Simpson syndrome where he's a normal guy, and then as season he gets dumber and dumber. Where Matt LeBlanc, where Joey just gets dumber and dumber.
Well, yeah, they
and
realize,
dumber and
there's
dumber.
our humor. This guy's just stupid.
So it's the same thing with like Kramer. They made him crazier and crazier and crazier. So I was never a big Friends fan.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
Like Jennifer Aniston has easily had the most successful career of any of those.
And then I would have no idea which direction you would get because people hated the Ross guy, right?
And David Schwimmer. Now, he did some voiceover stuff like in those Madagascar movies, but I don't know what else he's done.
He was in Band of Brothers, wasn't he?
He was in Band of Brothers. It's a very small role.
He was not a good commanding officer.
He was
No,
in
they
the
did not
movie,
like him.
Breast Men.
I did not see that.
I'll tell you what he was good in was Kissing a Fool.
An episode of The Wonder Years in like '88.
Courtney Cox has done a little bit. Matthew Perry has done a little bit. Lisa Kudrow, has she done anything?
Yeah, she.
Romeo and Michelle's high school wedding.
No,
reunion.
she's doing something now. She's somebody's mom. What was the movie?
She had
it was Booksmart.
HBO?
Booksmart. She was the mom in Booksmart.
Okay.
But Matt LeBlanc had a reboot of a sitcom. I don't think it lasted very long.
No, it did. It was called Extras.
No. There was actually one on TV.
The one on Showtime though was Extras. He actually won a Golden
Perry
Globe.
did The Odd Couple.
Yeah.
They did that. They tried to redo that and it didn't work.
Yeah, I think LeBlanc had one where he's basically just a 50-year-old guy that's kind of dumb and screws everything up.
I remember he had gray hair
And
since he
aloof.
was
Oh,
the
I
beginning
know.
of Friends. They had to die because
They had to
your
die.
hair's gray.
Yeah, all of that said, I think I'm going to... Now, J.M. Dog says Matt Ryan's a Hall of Famer. I don't think that's a lock at all.
I don't think it's a lock either.
Yeah.
Rachel, Monica, Chandler, Phoebe, Joey, Ross in that order, according to Chad. He seems like
Chad,
he knows the show.
I think Chad has seen the show before. I don't have a problem with that power ranking there.
So if Joey's not even meddling, I'm going Matt Ryan.
That's 4 Downs presented by
our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, locally owned and operated. Great guys. They can do anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, and online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
But you don't particularly like that show anyway.
I did not like it at all.
And Matt LeBlanc is how old today?
55.
55. I would have guessed a little bit older, actually,
Yeah, I would have
because
too.
Rockstar's right. He's been gray for quite a while now. He's like Taylor Hicks.
Yeah, Joey was the other show.
Yeah, Joey was the name of the show, yeah. So I guess, was he Joey Tribbiani in that show?
It was a spinoff that didn't really spin.
And it was very quickly off, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where are your friends?
Zach says Phoebe was underrated on the show.
She was, at that time, she was probably the best actress. I think Jennifer Aniston has turned into the best actress.
Yeah. I mean, Jennifer Aniston easily has had the best career of anybody on that show. I mean, that's not even close.
Yeah.
There's not even a discussion about that. Lisa Kudrow was funny, though. It was a funny character. I liked the show. I didn't have any trouble with it. I thought it was a funny show.
I just gave up after a few seasons. I just didn't. It didn't draw me in.
Yeah.
I wasn't was must-see TV on Thursday night.
Yeah. Was it must-see TV? Was that Seinfeld?
See, I was on Fox watching 90210 Melrose.
Yeah. Yeah. The good stuff.
Yeah. The mature stuff.
We'll,
just saying.
We'll put the wraps on the next round when we return, as it is every day, presented by Bud Light Next. Bud Light Next, only 80 calories, 0 carbs. Bud Light Next, available wherever you buy your beer. We wrap it up next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A stat from Connor O'Gara in college football. Our buddy was Saturday Down South. This one I'm going to have to read a couple times. Tennessee enters 2022 having lost 28 consecutive games to AP top 5 teams. I bet you can't even remember their last
my gosh!
win
You know what's crazy?
AP top 5.
What's crazy about this is we brought this up when Butch was still the coach,
mm-hmm.
and it's still going on.
Their last win came in that Monday night game against LSU back in 2005. That was rescheduled because of a hurricane, as I remember it.
Are you kidding?
That was their last win against an AP top 5, according to Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South.
You know, the interesting thing about that is after that win, because I'll never forget that year went off the page. I had Tennessee playing Purdue for the national championship, Yeah.
Well, LT, what were you smoking?
Well, Tennessee was a top 5 team.
Tennessee's not even the most offensive part of that. Purdue?
Yeah.
Who did Purdue have that you were so fired up about?
I don't remember, man.
That was post Drew Brees.
Yeah, but they did not have a good season.
Okay, anyway. So that's what you were saying, is that you had Tennessee and Purdue to win the national championship? 2005, the last time they have beaten a top 5 Associated Press ranked team. And though he goes further, though. Tell me if this is a problem. In those losses, Tennessee was held to 3 touchdowns or fewer, 21 points or less, 26 of the 28 times.
Wow.
That's pretty incredible.
It really is.
So, according to Connor, Tennessee has not beaten. Let's see how many chances they'll
have
get.
Two. They'll have 2 this
Alabama
year.
and Georgia.
That's
Those are the
it.
only 2.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be pretty hefty underdogs in both those games, I would imagine.
Against Alabama, probably 17 to 20-point dogs.
In
against
Knoxville.
Georgia, Georgia, same thing, 17 to 20.
They play Georgia in Athens or Knoxville?
Athens.
In Athens. So they're going to be close to 3 touchdown dogs in both those games.
Yeah.
Man, that is a remarkable stat that they have lost 28 consecutive games against AP top 5 teams. 2005 versus LSU. I vaguely remember that game.
I do.
I just remember, obviously, it was because of a hurricane is the only reason they were playing on a Monday night.
But it was a tight game. Tennessee had to come back. I guess Clausen was the quarterback, and I forgot who the LSU receiver is. Scored a late touchdown. They took the lead, and then I think Tennessee ended up scoring late.
My goodness.
It was a good game, though.
21 points or less, 26 of those 28 games.
Do you remember where they played that game?
Was it not in Baton Rouge?
I thought it was in Sun Devil Stadium.
Oh, was it that game?
I think it was.
Yeah, I remember LSU playing. They had to play a game at Sun Devil Stadium.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that was that Monday night game.
Was it really?
Mm-hmm.
See, I might even be thinking of another Tennessee game. Now, I do remember this was obviously not that game, but I remember under Derek Dooley, you had the famous 13 men on the field Tennessee LSU game.
Yeah.
That was, and Tennessee had that game won. Well, they made a stop with 13 men on the field, assuming they make the same stop with 11 men.
I watched that
11 men on
with
the
a
field.
bunch of Tennessee fans, by the way.
Oh, well, I bet they were so pissed at Dooley. Because remember him celebrating. He didn't even know they had 13 men on the field.
It was actually Clay and Chad and a lot of those guys from Tennessee.
Outkick?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they had come in. We took a bus from Odie's, and it was the Alabama-Florida game, that night game.
Right.
Verno was with us. It was quite the crew. But, yeah, we watched it at a tailgate, somebody's front yard.
Yeah, 2:30 CBS kick. I remember it, yeah. What a wild end that one was. Hey, before we get out of here, a reminder, Champions Boxing, great workout for you. It's fitness and competition training. Use the fundamentals of boxing to help you reach your fitness goals. Basically, it's mental and physical training for all ages 7 and up. We know one of our friends got his kid in this, and his kid has absolutely loved it, and he's thrived in it. Rockstar, is it a fight club?
No, God, no.
It's not a fight club at all. No, not at all. But what you do is you go check everything out on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL. Great way to work out, lose those pounds you want, build some muscle, just get a good mental and physical training at the good folks, at Champions Boxing, corner of 119 Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. See more on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL. So there are a lot of teams that are trying to break some streaks coming into the season, but Tennessee is one of those teams. That's the good news for Josh Heupel if he wants to break that streak. As long as Bama and Georgia are at this level, you're going to play an AP top 5 team quite often, at least 2 a year.
Well, look, and if he gets one of those 2 this year, I think Tennessee has an outstanding year.
Oh, yeah, and he'll be a hero. He'll be a conquering hero at that point. All right, that's going to do it for today's Next Round. Thanks to Bobby Carpenter for giving it the good college try from the State Park there in the state of Ohio. Also, the great Phil Steele with us. We are back with you, Clay Travis, and much more on the Tuesday edition. Always everything we did available on demand, nextroundlive.com, Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, all the podcast platforms, and always available right there on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and set your alerts on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock on the Next Round.